about chasing the rabbit. We're gonna be chasing the fucking rabbit tonight. It's some fucking psychedelic shit on this edition of the People's Populist Press. Shit that's gonna melt your mind. Shit that you're not gonna believe is in this book written by Chagget's dad, Derek Volk. I just got off a phone conversation with Derek, who's a big-time pussy bitch, because I wouldn't fucking bow down to Derek's demands to be fucking asked softball questions about how he abused his son and fucked up his family because he's a based 51-year-old boomer that knows. Fuck you, Derek. But Dylan's coming on tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time to discuss this, to discuss everything that's going on. We're going to get into his childhood. We're going to get into his crimes, his meth usage, his partying lifestyle, him fucking picking his skin and shit like this. The stuff that you're going to fucking hear from this reading of this book is going to blow your fucking mind. But just to let you know, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we're going to have the debate. We're going to have the blood sports between myself and Chagget, and he's going to answer for all of this shit that you're about to fucking hear now. All logic and proportion's been lost, folks. Get fucking hyped. Get excited for this shit. This is amazing shit. We have the whole book. We have his book, which we're going to go through. I'm going to give you a basic framework of. But there's no way that I'm going to be able to just to cover everything. But we're going to cover what we can. And then Chagget's written his own book, which I'm currently reading, hopefully going to finish by tomorrow for the interview. We'll go through that as well. But this is some fucking amazing shit that we're about to go through today. So, for those of you who aren't aware, Dylan Volk, aka Chagget, his father Derek wrote a book about him, about his struggles having an autistic son. Imagine that. Imagine that. Your own father writing a book about how difficult it was to raise you, about how shitty of a son you were, you know, listing out all the jobs you've ever had and how you've left them and all the different prescription drugs you've been on, every embarrassing story from childhood, everything. It's all in here. So I want to just provide for you guys an idea of where this is, like, we're just going to start at the beginning. We're just going to start at the beginning of this. We're going to read how he begins this book because I think it's very telling. I think it's very telling about how Derek views his son. I think it's very telling about how Derek views his son. Look at this. Oh, will it focus? So it's called The Chase Begins. So the book is called Chasing the Rabbit, A Dad's Life Raising a Son on the Spectrum, right? My son Dylan is the most amazing greyhound I have ever known. No, he is not a dog. He is fully human. My son is brilliant in many ways. He has many caring gifts, or natural gifts, along with a caring heart and a giant capacity for love. But he is challenged by Asperger's syndrome. Is it a diagnosis he lives with every day of his life? He strives to be what people with Asperger's call neurotypical, what you might call normal, but he is not, and he can't be. The analogy I have always used is that Dylan is like a greyhound, running as fast as he can, and normal is the plastic rabbit he is chasing. No matter how fast that greyhound runs, he will never catch the rabbit. But he never tires, nor gives up the chase. So that's how Derek views his son. You know, you ever see those races with the greyhounds and they chase the rabbit and they can never catch the rabbit? Well, that's what it is with his son and being normal. His son Chase is being normal, but he'll never be normal. That's how Derek opens the book about his own son. Just shits right all over him. Just puts an artificial ceiling on what his son could ever possibly accomplish in life. Son, you'll never be normal. You're not normal. You're fucked up. Like, whoa. That's his own father. That's his own father saying this. Whoa. So let's start getting into Derek's life. And we're going to start in Derek's life. We can't read the whole book, but we're going to hit some of the best parts. And so the way to start off is with Derek's actual birth. So let's do this. Let's go with the day of his birth. On July 10th, we got up at 6 a.m. and went to the hospital to have a baby. They started by using some gels and other mild forms of inducement, but nothing seemed to work. At 10, they decided to break her water. We had been told and read that once your water breaks, things can start to happen very fast. We called my parents, who had just left Portland en route to Bangor for the birth, let them know the doctor had broken Amy's water, so they might want to hurry. I think Mario Andretti would have had a hard time keeping up with my father. They were in Bangor in record time. However, nothing seemed to be happening. She was having contractions, but they were mild and mostly seemed to be hurting her back. Little did she know that this was just the beginning of her long day of back pain. It turns out that Dylan was in there kind of upside down. So his head was pushing hard against Amy's back. By around 3, she was in a lot of pain and the labor wasn't progressing. So at 5, the doctors gave her a sedative to relax her in the hopes of helping the contractions kick in better. The problem was that her back was in so much pain she could hardly feel the contractions. They had her hooked up to an IV with Pitocin. I'm not sure if that's Pitocin. We later learned that Dr. Eric Hollander of Mount Sinai Medical Center in New York presented a theory at a 1996 annual meeting of the American Psychiatric Association that linked autism with Pitocin-induced labors. He put forward the idea that Pitocin interferes with the newborn's oxytocin system that results in the social disabilities of autism. We will never know if the Pitocin affected Dylan. At 7 o'clock, medical staff came in and told me that the Pitocin level was as high as they could go. So if she didn't start better and more active contractions soon, they would begin preparing a room for a C-section. Amy had beautiful visions of her first experience with childbirth, and this was not proceeding anywhere close to plan. She had a midwife hired to oversee the delivery, but at this point she was doing a lot of consulting with the doctors at the hospital. Amy wanted to deliver naturally and had no intentions of taking any drugs or pain medication, and certainly not delivery by C-section. He sat there watching the heart monitor and the Pitocin drip machine. First it was set at 30-something, then 44, then 52, and maybe another number in between. But at 7, when the doctor said it was maxed out, the number read 72. It was about 8 o'clock when the nurse came in and moved the number to 84. I remember thinking, didn't they just recently tell me that she was getting as much Pitocin as they could give her? Why did they just increase it? But I was 21 years old, and I wanted that baby to come out. So I didn't question the authority of the nurse, midwife, or doctor when they jacked up the Pitocin drip 12 points beyond what they told me was the maximum. It did appear to be working. Her contractions started to become stronger. And at about 9:30, they told Amy it was time to start pushing. Amy pushed for over 100 minutes with strength and stamina I can pretty much freely admit I do not possess. If they had Derek on the table, he says he'd be saying somewhere around 3, okay, where is the epidural and heavy medication? Amy was determined she was delivering this baby naturally. And there was nothing that was going to stop her. At 11:12 p.m., Dylan South Volk entered the world. This was the baby we had been dreaming of, and he was perfect. Well, Almost. His head, because of the labor he had been through, coming out the wrong way, was bent, warped, and quite crooked. We knew babies were often born with cone heads, but Dylan's head was not only coned, it was also way off to the side of his skull. We had never seen anything like it before. Amy's aunt Anna was there when the baby was born, as her mother Anna went out to tell Amy's dad and parents that they were grandparents and to warn and reassure them about Dylan's head and that it would look fine in a couple of days. So right from the beginning, his head's crooked, it's warped, it's deformed, it's fucked up. His father is writing this book to let us all know about his son's deformed, crooked, fucked up head. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Here, we'll read this, a little bit more of this, and then we'll move to the next section. He says, I have often wondered if something happened to his brain in the later hours of Amy's labor. I realize there is no research on the topic of brain damage from back labor. I have seen books and newspaper articles and constant magazine stories about the impacts of immunizations and the possible connection with autism. What I go back to on a regular basis in my mind is how different Dylan's autism is from so many other kids on the spectrum. Yes, in many ways he presents like other kids with Asperger's, but there are so many ways he is an unusual case. We try not to dwell on the cause of his disability. I will note here that I may be calling it a disability, and that could offend some politically correct readers who do not like that word. Sorry, that is what it is. Even Dylan would be quick to admit that, as I will discuss when I get to our visit to Northeastern University when he is 16. He is disabled, period. He is disabled, period, bros. Oh, no. He is disabled, period. Oh, fuck. Oh, here we go. Let's read this last part and we'll move on. He is not differently abled, and I will not use that term as that demeans the struggles he goes through every day of his life. I have never read any of the books and have only scanned the stories about immunizations. I do not like reading them because there is no way to know what happened to Dylan or why he is the way he is. And even if I did know, I cannot change it. Therefore, I find these books frustrating. What I will always wonder is how a baby can have his brain so smashed and twisted and distorted with no effect. People that night told us that babies' brains are built to go through the childbirth process, and everything is fine. If that's the case, why does everyone freak out every time a little kid holds a baby because they are so nervous? They will touch that soft spot on his scalp too hard. Be gentle, they all say to the little kid, and point immediately to brain damage. And yet my son comes out looking like Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin's son from a 1976 Saturday Night Live skit, but it had no impact whatsoever on his brain development. Just listen to the way he writes about his son. My son comes out looking like Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin's son from a 1976 Saturday Night Live skit, but it had no impact whatsoever on his brain development. I can never prove it, and it does not matter. But you will never convince me that Dylan's head shape at birth had no effect on the reason he has spent a life struggling with this case of Asperger's. That's just how this shit starts. That's fucking nothing. That's just the fucking tip of this iceberg. By the way, from my beloved brother Croc in chat, I'll call you tomorrow sometime in the afternoon. I know you want me to call you. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon, but I had some important business there. Booking this interview with Chaggett for tomorrow. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead a little bit to when they first realized that something was wrong with their son. I mean, aside from his horrifyingly deformed head that looked like a 1976 Saturday Night Live sketch. Holy shit, imagine your father doing this to you. And he didn't even tell him he was fucking reading the book. Or he was writing the book. He fucking concealed it from him. He concealed it. All right, let's have a look at this. This is when his mom knew there was something not quite right. Something's not quite right with Dylan. People often ask, when did you know? Or when did you suspect that Dylan was a little different? Well, when I knew and when Amy knew were two very different times. In 1993, when Dylan was about 2, Amy was a stay-at-home mom, and we lived in a neighborhood in Portland with many working mothers. Some of the moms had childcare issues on certain days of the week, so Amy thought it would be a good way to get to know some of the kids in the neighborhood, help the neighbors out as well as make a little extra money. One day when I came home from work, she had a couple of the little boys over. They were just about Dylan's age, one a little older and one a little younger. The 2 boys were playing together, but Dylan was not participating in their fun. I asked Amy how things were going. She just looked at me and said, "Something's not quite right with Dylan." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I don't know, but something isn't right with him." So his mother delivers this savage fucking BTFO of her son because he didn't want to play with the other children. He was like isolated on his own, a natural loner or whatever at 2 years old. So his mom determined that there was something wrong with him and then began the quest to get him on psychotropic drugs from the time he was 3 years old. Whoa! Oh, fuck. Let's fast forward a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let me see here. Let's read a little bit more about this, about some of his special interests on this page before we move on to him going to summer camp and this and that. We'll get a little bit of backstory on, you know, how he was at this age and why his mom thought he wasn't right. Let me see here. Dylan was a very unique little boy. He used to love to play with vacuum cleaners, sometimes for hours. In fact, every Saturday in the winter, we would take him out for breakfast in Portland. And after breakfast, we would take him over to South Portland, where he would play with vacuum cleaners at Service Merchandise, a department store no longer in existence. However, at the time, it was a very popular store, and they had a display of 10 or 15 different types of vacuum cleaners. The display was on top of a 12 by 12 stage, about 6 inches off the ground, and all around it were outlets which allowed the customer to test out the vacuum cleaners. This was all the entertainment Dylan would need for the day. Oftentimes, Amy would bring a book. I would bring a Sports Illustrated, and we would sit as Dylan would go from vacuum cleaner to vacuum cleaner, playing with them, inspecting them, telling us all about them. We would put our books down, and he would tell us the pros and cons of each type of vacuum cleaner. This was unusual behavior for a 2-year-old, but we thought it was adorable. He was also fascinated by plumbing. He used to like to look into the back of the toilet as it was flushed, to watch the water go up and down. One of his favorite things to do was to visit open houses and go inside the house as if he were a prospective buyer. After wandering around a little, we would venture down into the basement to look at the furnaces. He loved furnaces. In fact, when he was 3 years old, he was a furnace for Halloween. If he got really lucky while at the open house, the furnace would start up, and then the excitement would really hit. Dylan was unique, to say the least. Amy paused for a moment as tears welled up in her eyes, and she said to me, "No, Derek, there's something not right with him. He doesn't interact with the other kids. They play together, talk to each other. He just keeps to himself the whole time. He doesn't have any interest in what they're doing." So there it is. He was obsessed from a young age with the vacuum cleaners, with the toilet, with going inside the toilet and seeing how the plumbing worked. It was an autistic fixation. It was an autistic fixation. Let me show you him dressed as the furnace from Halloween. There's our boy Chaggett. There's our boy Chaggett as a literal fucking furnace for Halloween. There he is. No, H3. Why is his dad doing this to him? Why is his dad doing this to him? Can anyone explain why his father hates him this much that he's wrote this book? Well, his dad will explain to you that he hates his son. He'll say that in the book. Don't worry, we'll get there. Where I hate my son. I don't love my son. Like, no, Chaggett, no. Let me take it back to the table of contents here. And we're going to go to Dylan's experience at summer camp. Actually, should we go to empty folders in his brain? The empty folders in his brain. We all feel bad for him. You know, it's terrible there. His father is a piece of shit. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's just take it to this section. There's so much to cover here. Let's move it forward. The next summer, we enrolled Dylan at middle day camp. He would get to the bus each day with my 18-year-old cousin Danielle, who was a counselor. Dylan would head to Sebago Lake for a day of fun in the sun, doing activities and playing games. He had just turned 4 and was signed up to go a couple days of the week. We thought there might be some issues with him in the camp, but we never expected the call that we received in mid-July, just a couple of weeks after we had started. I was sitting at work when the phone rang. On the other end was one of the head counselors of the camp. She had called to tell me that I needed to come pick up Dylan, that he couldn't stay at camp anymore. When I asked what the problem was, her exact words to me were, "Your son is a monster." This was the person who was the head of the camp, who sees hundreds of kids every day each summer, and has been trained to work with children of all ages. I will never forget that moment, because it was the first time that, as frustrating to him as they were to anybody else, he was an adorable 4-year-old boy. He was the furthest thing from a monster, especially to a father hearing those words. I was not sure if I should cry or reach through the phone and punch her in the face. I wanted to do both. So his father is literally writing in this book that he was a monster from the beginning. He's a monster. The head camp counselor had never seen anything like it in his life. Hundreds of kids he had experience with, his head of the camp, but their son Dylan was a monster, an evil monster who had to be separated from the other kids. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible, folks. It's terrible. Let's go back and let's move on to a section in the book. Oh, fuck. So look, basically I'm going to give you a summary of what happens. You can read this book on your own time. You'll be able to read it at some point. But look, they take him around from doctor to doctor to diagnose what's wrong with him. Every doctor that they go to, whatever that doctor specializes in, he gets diagnosed with. So his doctor, they take him around and he gets diagnosed with ADHD. Then he gets diagnosed with Tourette's. Then it's OCD. Whatever fucking condition of the week. But they were sure it was Asperger's. They were sure it was Asperger's from like halfway through their quest, and they kept going until they found a doctor who would fucking help them, who would give them that diagnosis. Oh, fuck. I want to go to a section. So he finally gets diagnosed with Asperger's, which I don't even think is actually what he was what he actually has. I think that that's bullshit. I don't think he has that condition. I think that he has... I don't know if there's anything wrong with him, actually. But, you know, like his parents, because he was acting out at the summer camp, he was acting out in school. I'll tell you the story. He was acting out in school. What he did, he was in the sandbox with the other kids. He threw sand in their eyes. When he was 3 years old, threw sand in the eyes of the other children and splashed water on them when he was in the pool. And so from that, the teacher recommended they put him on Ritalin at 3 years old. They recommended they put him on Ritalin at 3. Now, they didn't apparently put him on Ritalin at 3, but listen to the medication merry-go-round. I've highlighted this section. The following spring, age 8, we finally gave in and allowed a trial of Ritalin. After 2 months, we saw no difference in his behavior, so we took him off that drug as well. The med parade would continue with no great long-lasting results for any of them. He was on Prozac at age 9, 10X at 9.5, Adderall at 11, back on Clonidine at 11, Strattera at 11.5, Seroquel at 11.5, and Zoloft at 11.5. Let me repeat that. Ritalin at age 8. Prozac at age 9. 10X at 9.5. Adderall at 11. Clonidine at 11. Strattera at 11.5. Seroquel at 11.5. Zoloft at 11.5. Do you know what happens when you give kids this fuck? They end up fucked up like Chaggett. They gave him Zoloft when he was 11. They gave him Seroquel when he was 11.5. And then they wonder why he's fucked up today. They wonder why he's fucked up today. But keep reading. It gets worse. He later went on to more Adderall, Topamax at age 12.5, Depakote at 12.5, Risperdal at 12.5, more Depakote, especially when out of control, Buspirone 13.5, which he felt made him extremely spacey. At age 14, he tried Abilify, but said it made him jittery and caused weight gain. At 14.5, he was put on Focalin to help with his anger issues, but it created terrible tics, so we stopped that med in less than a month. At age 16, we left Dr. Key. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. It's just crazy. The amount of fucking medicines he took. Well, hold on, keep reading this. We took Dylan to see Dr. Joseph Bowden, who was located in our hometown of Scarborough. Dylan was now 18 years old, so he was able to make his own medical decisions. Dr. Bowden put him on amitriptyline and put him back on Adderall. He later added Intoniv. Dylan graduated from high school and went to Florida to join New Directions for Young Adults. Over the course of a few months, put him on Strattera, Luvox, Zolpidem, Adipex, and Vyvanse. We eventually lost track of what he was taking for medications until his brush with insanity in 2011. If I had to do it all over again, I would never go more than 12 months without checking with another doctor to see what they would suggest. Most of these medications have no long-term studies about their impact on the developing brain of a child. If there was ever an example of why they call it practicing medicine, it would be what we experienced watching doctors try to medicate Dylan into a different person. You know, it wasn't doctors who were trying to medicate your son into a different person. It was you. who is trying to medicate your son into a different person, Derek. And that's why you don't want to answer my questions about this. Like the pussy-ass bitch that you are, you fucking ran away the moment I said, I'm going to ask you, Derek, I'm going to ask you about the medications you gave your son. And if you think that they're right. It's like, well, why would I do the interview then? Well, Derek, I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, people want an explanation for why you fucking did this. But he doesn't want to come out and give people an explanation. Fuck it. Doesn't matter to him that he permanently fucking fried his son's brain. Bitch-ass fucking faggot father that he is. I want... Oh, fuck. Listen to this guy. Like, every paragraph of this is, like, insane, right? Every single paragraph of this book is insane. We cannot possibly cover all of this book. But as we go through, we're going to add probably some stuff that I didn't even plan to cover. Like this. Look, listen to this fucking... This psycho's fucking attitude there. Like... Dylan always seemed to do the opposite. He was very argumentative and difficult at home as well. We were finding ourselves in constant battles with him about everything. And as he moved into 5th grade, he started getting bigger, stronger, and more defiant, making it very difficult for Amy, who was the front line of most of his hostility. We were once again looking for somebody that could help us. There had to be somebody out there who could give us strategies for effectively dealing with Dylan, his outbursts and his tantrums. It was about this time that Dylan would get even angrier at me, especially when I used the word tantrum. I would call them temper tantrums, and he would get extremely irate with me. There was a certain part of me that fed the tantrum by calling them temper tantrums. I was so angry with him for what he was doing to our home life, and I knew how much he hated me calling his outbursts temper tantrums, that I would knowingly and verbally refer to them as such in a somewhat twisted attempt to demean him by using a word that is generally tied to 2-year-olds. I think that's probably exactly why he didn't like that term. He knew that it was generally used when referring to a crying fit by a toddler. It offended him to be described in that fashion, and that's exactly why I did it. Looking back, it was probably immature of me. Oh, no shit, eh, Derek? And it certainly didn't help the situation, but I couldn't help myself. He's goading his, like, 8-year-old son. He's, like, 8 years old. He's, like, goading this fucking child, like, antagonizing the child in an immature fashion because he's too beta to fucking beat his son or do anything. He can't do shit. He's pressing his own son because he hates what his son is doing to the family. Imagine your father writing that he hates what he's doing to your home life. Holy fuck. Even if you think that, you shouldn't say it. Let's go into one of these incidents that I just can't even believe, that I can't even fucking understand. So this one's called possibly the worst parenting advice ever. And I think that this was actually probably the best advice that they got. So they go around to all these experts who they just disregard the advice of because it's not the advice that they want. We can't get into it in this because we're just covering the highlights, but they go to all these different experts. This guy, I think, just outright tells them the truth. And we're going to see the results of the father failing to implement this. So this is the worst parenting advice ever. So one evening, Dylan had a complete meltdown. He was yelling and screaming and inconsolable. We didn't know what to do. It was also the first sign that he really felt like his life was spiraling away, as he was talking about killing himself, which he had never done before. When your child is in 5th grade and he starts talking about taking his own life, it's really hard to describe how you feel. When Amy was pregnant and when Dylan was a baby, we read everything we could about parenting. You know, here we were about 10 years later, completely clueless regarding what to do about our son. We tried holding him down because that is what our most recent counselor advised. We were recommended to go visit a counselor by the name of John Leesburg. He was very matter-of-fact and no-nonsense type of guy. He openly talked about the fact he had been in prison, although he never described what brought him to that point in his life. And now he was advising us on how to handle Dylan. His basic theory for almost all of Dylan's behavior can be summarized in 2 words: poor parenting. He told us we had been too lenient with Dylan, that we let him get away with too much, and that we let him control every situation. Every time we left his office, we felt more and more ashamed and dejected about our parenting skills. We spent almost the entire session focusing on what we should be doing better and what we were going to do the next time Dylan had a meltdown, as they should. Mr. Leesburg told me in particular, as the father and the strongest adult in the house, that I needed to physically take control of these situations before we let Dylan take control of them. Anything less than complete submission meant by Dylan meant I had once again failed as a father. Listen to the way he frames that, right? Anything less than complete submission by Dylan meant I failed as a father. Well, maybe you can just get your child to shut the fuck up, maybe. Like, if you can't even get your child to shut up, you know? I don't know, I think the counselor was speaking some truth. I'm just saying. The counselor might have been speaking a bit of truth, you know? One night, a couple weeks into our session with Mr. Leesburg, we were faced with Dylan in full meltdown mode. Convinced at this point that I had been a complete failure as an authoritative parent, I took control and did what Mr. Leesburg told me to do. I grabbed Dylan off his bed, and as if using a move from pro wrestling, I pinned him face first into the carpet. This was the advice I had been given by an expert, and since nothing we had ever done had helped, and I now believed I was as much of the problem as Dylan, I did what I was told. Dylan's face was smashed into the carpet with all of my weight on top of him. This threw him right over the edge. He went from meltdown to complete collapse. He was having a breakdown, and my aggressive move only made things worse. Dylan was foaming at the mouth, screaming red-faced and thrashing around on the floor. But I held on tight. I held him into the ground, waiting for him to settle down. As I look back on it now, and as I look back on it even later that evening, I wonder what the hell I was thinking. How could I possibly think, knowing Dylan as well as I did, that pushing his face into the carpet, and those are the literal words that Mr. Leesburg told me, push his face into the carpet until he calms down. How on earth was that going to calm down an 11-year-old boy with Asperger's syndrome? I finally couldn't take any more of his screaming, and I was afraid that I might be hurting him. So I pulled him off the floor and held him tight, trying to control him, but avoiding the carpet advice. This was no more effective, and Dylan sprung free from me, grabbed a glass of water that was sitting on his nightstand and hurled it across the room, smashing a picture frame. Glass flew everywhere, and Amy and I realized for the first time that we were simply in way over our head, and we needed more help than any counselor would give us, so we called the police. And told them we needed them to get our son, our 11-year-old son. The police! The cops! He's 11! He's 11! What a failure of a fucking man Derek is. Derek obviously has never been in any physical altercation in his life. Was never in a fight. I know Derek played sports, but it was mainly baseball. I don't know how he failed this hard as a father, but he found no other recourse to control his son than to call the fucking police when he's 11 years old. Whoop, whoop, it's the sound of the police. I beat my 11-year-old son. I've shoved my 11-year-old son's face into the carpet like he's a dog, you know, smearing its nose in shit. instead of just spanking my fucking son like any fucking parent who does corporal discipline does. I know spanking is super controversial now. Hitting your child is super controversial, you know. But holy fuck, like what an idiot. So he calls the fucking police on his son. We needed someone to take our son to the hospital. We maintained the situation for another 7 or 8 minutes until a police car arrived. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and any fear or concern about what the neighbors would think was far from our minds. We just needed somebody to help our son, and we knew that we couldn't do it. Between the time we called the police and the time they arrived, Dylan had somewhat settled down, although we knew that he was potentially just a moment away from being right back where he was before. The police came up and talked to Dylan, and he tried to explain to them why he was so upset, but at this point I'm not sure he even knew or remembered what started the whole thing. He followed the police downstairs, and there was the ambulance driver and assistant. They also talked to Dylan to see if he could explain what could be done to settle him down. He yelled at the ambulance drivers to leave, that he didn't need them, and that was when they got a glimpse of what we were dealing with. We told Dylan that he needed help, that we couldn't help him, and he had to go with the ambulance until we could figure out what was going to be the best way to help him. The surreal part was the whole experience was what Mariah was doing. Mariah, who was only 9 years old, sat at the kitchen table very calmly, playing with 4-year-old Lily, trying to distract her from everything that was going on around her. It wasn't long after that night, but Dylan had another meltdown, but not as bad, on an afternoon after school. When everything finally calmed down later that night, Amy, while she was tucking Mariah into bed, asked her if she got embarrassed when Dylan acted like that in front of her friends. Amazingly, she said no. It's okay if that embarrasses you. That would be normal. It's okay if your brother embarrasses you. That would be normal. You know? Does your brother's behavior embarrass you? Amy says, how could that be? What do you tell your friends? I just tell them that his brain works differently than ours. Mariah was mature beyond her years. Just a couple of years later, Mariah looked up to Amy with her big brownish green eyes and said, Mommy, am I going to have to take care of Dylan someday, aren't I? Mommy, I am going to have to take care of Dylan someday, aren't I? Amy did not know what to say. She was not even a teenager, yet she was already thinking that the burden of caring for her brother would fall on her shoulders when we were gone. How would that thought even come into the mind of a kid? Is this real? Like, is this something that's actually taking place, or is this just some bullshit that's Derek's made up about this child? Did everybody stood up and clap for Mariah? I think this has more to do... Like, okay, first of all, if this is true, like, that's totally fucked. Like, that's super depressing shit. Like, imagine your fucking sister, like, is like, am I going to have to take care of him when he grows up because he won't be able to support himself? And she would have been like 12 years old, or like less. She would have been like 10, 11 when she said this shit. That's fucking like tough. Like, imagine your father writing that, even if that did happen, to let the whole world know that you're a burden to him and the family, you're a burden to his sister. And if it didn't happen, what a piece of shit Derek is to make up this fucking lie to try and shift the burden of feeling like his son is a burden on him to his daughter instead of himself. What the fuck is Derek's problem? Well, we're going to get into the special school and the bus and all this fucking shit. But really, that stuff about the fucking short bus isn't even like the most interesting shit in this. I mean, that's just tame, bros. Flying terminal, that's tame shit, bro. Like, get ready for this fucking shit. So now we're going to go to the Mother's Day meltdown. We're going to have a look at the Mother's Day meltdown, boys. Listen to this. I don't know what happened on Mother's Day 2004, but I know it was a disaster. It seemed like days that were designed to bring attention and focus on someone else were particularly challenging for Dylan. It eventually got to the point where even we downplayed the girls' birthdays because the fear that it might set Dylan off. On this Mother's Day, something set him off. It was nothing in particular significant, but it turned into something very big and bad. Dylan had one of the biggest meltdowns to date on the afternoon of Mother's Day 2004. He became so out of control that I grabbed him and physically forced him into my car and drove him to the Sweetser crisis units on St. John Street in Portland. The 10-minute ride from Scarborough to Portland was interrupted as we were pulling onto the ramp of Route 295 North when Dylan pulled Serena's car seat out of its seatbelt and hurled it at my head while I was driving. It struck me in the back of the head as I was navigating a rather sharp angle on-ramp. When I felt the pain of a car seat to my head, I lost it. I swerved over to the side of the road and tore Dylan out of the car. There was a large hill as the ramp goes from a lower road to the height of Route 295. As I pulled him out of the car, I whipped him around with all the strength I had, and he went tumbling down. As angry as I had been just a moment before, I was struck by what I was capable of as I watched him roll down the hill. He threw his son down a fucking hill off the side of the interstate. Fuck you, son. He throws his fucking son off the side of the hill. Parent of the year there, Derek. Way to fucking go there, Derek. There was no other solution available. There was no other solution available for this grown-ass adult man who runs his own business, a third-generation business. The only thing he could think to do of with his son was to just straight up yeet this motherfucking kid down a fucking hill. Listen to him. I ran down and grabbed him and asked him if he was okay. Instead of a moment that we might reconnect emotionally, he shoved me hard and stormed up the hill. Imagine believing that your son's going to want to connect with you emotionally after you just tossed him down a fucking hill. My moment of sympathy went away as he ran for the car. I was afraid for what he might do. Was he going to get in the car and lock the door? Was he going to get in the car and try and drive it? Was he going to damage the vehicle by vandalizing it in some way out of anger? I ran up after him to make sure that he didn't do anything to damage my car. Or more importantly himself, but still the first thing he wrote about was to damage the car. I think to him the car was more valuable. I told him to get in the car, but he refused and started walking away. Luckily, I was still bigger and much stronger than he was. So I chased him again, grabbed him, and forced him back in the car in the hopes I could make it the next 5 or 6 minutes to the exit where I'd bring him into the crisis unit run by an organization called Switzer. Oh, fuck. That's him throwing him down the fucking hill. I told the story out of order. I wrote 7 and 8 out of order, so this happens after perhaps the most fucked up thing in this entire ordeal. Fuck, I fucked it up, boys. I fucked it up. That's okay. We have to go back to IEP changes, and the result is Spring Harbor. Oh, it's way worse than this. There's so much worse than him throwing him down the hill or holding his head down into the carpet. I'm not even joking. Like, this shit is fucking unreal. And the amount of shit that I'm not able to cover with you today, because this is probably going to go 5 hours, right? This stream's probably going to go 5 hours. I'm just going to be keeping it real with you guys. It's just going to blow your fucking mind. So, So here's what happens. We may as well just read all of it. It was only a couple of weeks later when we received a call that we never thought we would get. The middle school called us to inform that Dylan was beyond their ability to handle. They told us we needed to come get him. He was no longer welcome at the public school. We thought, can they do that? Can they just kick our kid out of school with no place to go? Apparently they could, because they did in April 2004. I love the way I use matter of fact says that. I went to the school to pick Dylan up. Oh, Fidel Cashflow, this guy has an incredible online presence. I suggest you check out Derek Volk's online presence. You know, check him out. He's got a lot of cool stuff. I went into the school feeling unsure about what I was heading into. I was concerned Dylan had become violent. Remember to archive everything, though. Or some behavior had appeared that we had yet to face. That was not the case. Dylan was just an emotional disaster. It had been building up for weeks, and on that day it finally erupted. He simply could not get through another school day. I picked him up at school and called Paul Garcia. He recommended I drive Dylan to Maine Medical Center in the hopes we could get him admitted to Spring Harbor, the local psychiatric hospital. He felt Dylan needed serious observation that was beyond anything he could do alone on a weekly basis. I called Amy and told her of the plan. She bundled Serena up and met us at the emergency room. Dylan had calmed down a bit, was still extremely agitated, and talked about ending his life because he could not go on at school. And in life, it was heartbreaking and terrifying to hear a sixth grader talk of ending his life with such deep emotion. These were not casual attention-getting threats. He genuinely felt that his life had no purpose and no possibility of improving. Doctor after doctor visited Dylan over the next several hours. They asked him questions, and they drove him crazy with questions about his birth. We had several people working behind the scenes to try to get Dylan into Spring Harbor. So Spring Harbor is a mental hospital. We finally got the word around 9 that night that they had a bed for him in the teenage wing. We drove over to Spring Harbor in complete and utter silence. Dylan didn't know what he was facing with the rest of the night's events, and he stopped protesting. At some level, I think he knew he needed more help than we or a counselor coming in once a week could give him. He knew he was out of control, and he wasn't any more happy about it than we were. We arrived at Spring Harbor and went in the front door, where we were greeted as they knew we were coming. They brought us into a room to fill out some paperwork, just your basic insurance information. At that point, Dylan started to get scared and asked us not to leave him there. We told him the decision had been made. This is what we had to do. And he started crying, "Please don't leave me here. I promise I'll do better. I promise I'll behave." But we had heard that many times before when we had felt desperate. And we knew as much as we wanted to honor that promise, it was beyond his control. The staff told us he would be in the teenage wing, which meant he would be with kids from 13 to 18 years old. Mind you, he's only 12. As soon as we walked to that area, Dylan really broke down and started begging us not to leave him there. This was our little boy, the boy we dreamed of, the boy we named when we were 16, the boy we spent 3 years doting over, dedicating every spare moment we had before Mariah was born, sometimes just staring at his face for hours on end, the boy we videoed so much. Just get ready for this, guys. This is fucking amazing. It just keeps going. Oh, fuck. I'm going to read a bit more of this page, and then I'm going to skip over the next page. I used to put in a backpack and walk up to on Saturday mornings to get a paper and blueberry mutton. In that moment at Spring Harbor, it took every ounce of energy and self-discipline not to grab him and hug him and say, "Okay, honey, come with us. It'll be okay." because it never seemed to be all right, and lately it just seemed to be all wrong. They put Dylan in his room and told us it was time for us to leave as he cried and cried. They told us it wasn't going to get any better if we stayed longer. We needed to leave, and somehow we turned around and walked away. Oh, fuck. Here, I'll read this part. Dylan did well at Spring Harbor, staying in the green on the behavior chart most of the time. He didn't like being there because he was mostly confined to a small room with a cot. He was not even allowed to go to the bathroom without asking, even though he had his own bathroom. Dylan had to ring a buzzer in order for them to open the door. There were things in the bathroom that apparently could be used for suicide. Shower curtains, water, so no one was allowed in the bathroom without a staff member knowing when they were going in and coming out. So they sent their son to prison. One of the big dilemmas we were facing while Dylan was at Spring Harbor was that we had already booked a Disney cruise for the following week using our Disney timeshare points. What do you think they're going to do? They've booked a Disney vacation, a Disney cruise, and their son's in the mental hospital. Do you think A, they're going to stay at their son's bedside, at the hospital and help their son? Or B, do you think they're just going to fucking go on the cruise and say fuck you to their son? What do you think they're going to do, chat? What do you think they're going to do? I'm starting to think that the reason he's in the mental hospital was planned from the beginning. I'm starting to think it had nothing to do with any sort of outburst, why they sent him to the mental hospital. One of the big dilemmas we were facing while Dylan was at Spring Harbor was that we had already booked a Disney cruise for the following week using our Disney timeshare points. The trip was a little over a week away and not refundable without major penalties. In addition to the cost of canceling our Disney trips and flights was the underlying motivation for the trip. It was a vacation we really needed, but how could we take a vacation without Dylan? We talked to the counselors at Spring Harbor for their advice. What should we do? What would they recommend? We were actually surprised at their response. I think they could see a family at the breaking point. They encouraged us to take the cruise and that Dylan would be just fine. He needed a reason to leave the hospital and probably wouldn't have had one at the time we were going to be going on the cruise. They told us that we could use that time as a couple and as a family, even though we felt like we weren't a family if Dylan wasn't there. We didn't feel right leaving him in the hospital to go on a Disney cruise. We expressed this concern with the counselor and the doctors. They were insistent that we should go. Who's pressing X to doubt that the counselors were insistent that the family should abandon their son in the mental hospital to go on a Disney cruise? Does anybody believe this shit? Does anybody actually believe this shit? Holy fuck. Anyway, this just gets better, right? Or more depressing, really. But the next question was what we were going to do with Dylan's ticket. We already had Dylan's plane and cruise ticket. We planned on 6 of us for the trip. Amy suggested that we take her mother because she had never been on a cruise before. That would allow us to have some time to ourselves with a built-in babysitter. I was fine with that idea, as I've always gotten along well with my mother-in-law. The kids enjoy her company, and she would be helpful, especially with Serena being only 4 months old. Having Janet on the trip would allow us both to go in the swimming pool and participate in the fun activities on the cruise with Lily and Mariah, and that we would not be able to do if one of us had a baby. Amy called the airlines in Walt Disney World, and for a relatively small fee, the tickets were changed and the plans were set. Does anybody really believe for a second that Dylan was ever going to go on this Disney cruise? No. It was always the plan. It was always the plan, and I'm guessing Dylan's name was never on that ticket. Derek could try and prove otherwise and try and provide evidence, but I bet you Dylan's name was never on that ticket. I bet you Janet's name was always on that ticket because she was the built-in babysitter so that this Jew father could enjoy his fucking vacation on the Disney cruise. You know, the Disney cruise is supposed to be for your kids, not you, you fucking piece of shit. Now we just had to tell Dylan he was not going to come with us on our cruise. Now we just had to tell Dylan. We asked the counselor to join us in case his reaction led to a meltdown, but it did not. Dylan knew without saying that he was in no shape to go on a Disney cruise. We had been nervous about taking him on the cruise to begin with because of the commotion and noise inherent with being stuck on a boat with 500 other kids and their parents. He may have been nervous as well, since he put up no fight about missing the trip. We found ourselves surprisingly disappointed that Dylan didn't want to go on the cruise with us, or that he didn't put up more of a fight about being part of our family trip. It just felt a little disappointing that he was so easily willing to give up spending time with us, but he was as burnt out as we were, and there was something relaxing and peaceful about Spring Harbor. He knew the rules. Everything was black and white for him and very structured, so it was an easy environment to live in. We had a wonderful time on our vacation. We were relaxed and we knew that Dylan was safe and in good hands in the mental hospital. In only a few days, we knew we would go back to reality and probably bring him home. But we were hopeful that we were on a new path going forward. So the way that is it's sick. You know, they found themselves disappointed that Dylan didn't want to go on the cruise because they wanted to torture their son. Because this guy admits, and I'll show you passages, he says he hates his son. He hates his son. He resents his son for not being the son that he wanted. For not playing sports, not being one of the jocks at school, being unpopular. He hated his son. And he wanted to torture his son with the knowledge that he wasn't going on the cruise. But his son wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Dylan wouldn't give him the satisfaction of begging to go on the trip because he knew he wasn't going to go on the trip because his family fucking hates him. His family clearly fucking hates him. And they're like, well, you know, he was better off in the mental hospital than on the Disney cruise because it was a black and white environment with rules. It was a prison where he belongs. They even say in this book, I don't know if I have it marked down, they say in his book that he belongs in prison with the child molesters. And they put him when he was in jail with the child molesters and the rapists in protective custody. And he spent all his time with pedophiles. That's what they think their son deserves. Because he has autism. It's crazy. It's fucking whacked. I spent all last night reading this because I couldn't stop reading it. After this stream, there will be a way. There will be a way, not to say I have anything to do with it. There will be a way for you to get your own copy of this book. There will be a way. Just saying, so you can go through it on your own time. But I'd like to present the sections that I can present to you in the time that I have. But this is insane. Took him on the fucking Disney cruise. Fuck. So, I mean, that's this kid's fucking childhood. I'll maybe pull up a few little things, a few little anecdotes from his childhood, but that really sums it up. I mean, that's like the peak, most fucked up part of his childhood. I'll get into his adult years, but, you know, I'm only really an hour in, and so I'm going to show you guys some more stuff from this period of time. So here's one from third grade. It was the summer before third grade that Dylan first started picking at his skin. This would later become an ongoing problem that would create scabs and scars all over his body. and continued to be a challenge for him into his 20s. We first noticed it with mosquito bites in the summer. He would get mosquito bites and they would never heal because he would pick and pick until they bled. They would scab and he would pick at them, thus becoming an ongoing cycle. As Dylan headed into the first year at Wentworth, without anyone knowing him, this was one of the first impressions they had. A boy covered with open wounds and scabs. This is how he's describing his own son. A boy covered with open wounds and scabs. This is your son. Why are you telling the whole world this? What is wrong with you, Derek? This kid is like a public figure. He wants to have a career in entertainment. Why are you doing this to him? It's because to Derek, his son has no value. He doesn't love his son. He hates his son. I'm going to get into the passages where he talks about how much he fucking hates his son. It's fucking nut bar. It's fucking nut bar. But let's get back to this. Holy shit. He often picked at them so much, in fact, that his socks would turn red, or he would have blood dripping down his leg. It was not only unsightly, but unhealthy as well, and rather disturbing. It was similar to a form of cutting that often is related to people with mental issues, and it was also therapeutic to the point, what, in a strange way for him, when he got anxious or nervous or overwhelmed, it gave him something to do to distract his brain. His teachers were reporting that during math, he picked at his skin to the point where he would get his math work all bloody, and no one would even want to touch it to give him a grade. So his math work, his homework in class, is just fucking covered in blood from his hands, from his arms, from his feet. He's covered in open wounds. The teachers won't even grade the fucking work because it's soaked in blood. He's fucking pulling a Kurt Schilling bloody socks. Socks stained red with blood. Whoa. You know, this is I've been told this by a trusted confidant who has some experience in psychology that this is a symptom of abused children. This is a symptom of abused children. There's no doubt in my mind that Derek has abused his son. He's definitely abused his son to the point where his son is fucking, because of anxiety and shit, scratching the fucking shit out of himself. Bleeding everywhere. What the fuck? And he's writing about this and selling this book. He's profiting from this. Amy noticed one day that he had a strange bald spot on the back of his scalp. Dylan had started pulling chunks of hair right out of his head when he was anxious. We were overwhelmed with how to handle these strange anxiety behaviors, and were getting very little help from any professionals. The good news was that his teachers reported there was no reason they could see that Dylan couldn't do the work. He had the cognitive ability to accomplish the schoolwork of a third grader. However, his behavioral issues were so distracting to him that the work rarely got on time or at all. When we asked what they were doing to help him overcome these issues that were hindering his academic advancement, then we went on to the occupational. So he's pulling the fucking hair out of his head. It's another telltale symptom of somebody who's been abused. This is fucked. The fact he's telling me this shit, you know, in the book, Chagat is going to have to, tomorrow, Chagat is going to have to answer questions about this. This is what he's done to his son. He set it up so that this fat Canadian can bully his son. This is what he did. It's not my fault. Fuck. Holy shit. You want to hear about his fourth child? This is fucking disgusting. This makes me the most angry maybe of any of the parts. Even more than the Disney cruise. So Derek, he didn't want to have a fourth child because he felt Dylan was too much of a burden. He felt he was too much of a burden for him to have a fourth child. And people said to him, well, don't you want another son? Don't you want to have another son? They would say to him. And read Derek's words. They knew that Dylan was a challenge and did not share my love of sports. So people assumed I wanted a boy that I could play baseball, football, and watch ball games with. But strangely, that was the furthest thing from the reality of my wishes. I was actually very nervous about the possibility of having a boy. I was very afraid that I would have the exact kind of son everyone thought I desired. My fear came from how that son would impact Dylan. If I had a son that loves sports, it would be almost inevitable that I would favor him. It would be human nature. How would Dylan feel knowing that I finally had the son he couldn't be? What would that do to him to see me bonding so strongly with another boy 12 years his junior? It broke my heart to think about, so I prayed to God to give us our third daughter. God answered my prayers. Serena was born, our family was complete. Even if you think that, like, why are you writing that on paper for your son to read? Why are you writing that for other people to read? That he's the son. He's a son that your son Dylan is not the son you wanted. He can never be that son. That you want a son who can play sports with you and watch ball games. Like, holy fuck, man. That's just evil. Like, I understand maybe you would feel that in the deep, dark bottom pit of your heart. Don't write that for everyone to read, Derek. Well, I'm 51 years old. I'm a hell of a lot more experienced than you, PPP. That's what he said to me. Maybe when you're my age, you'll understand. Yeah, I don't fucking think so, pal. Even if I felt the way you felt there, I would never write that for everybody to read, you fucking sicko. You piece of shit, Derek. Fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. Holy fuck. Let me see here. Oh, fuck. There's so much here. Fired. Oh, my God. Holy fuck. What do we go with next? Listen to this. Read this one. Amy and I have a wonderful marriage. We have been blessed in so many ways, and the fact that we get along so well after 30 years together is a gift from God. However, if there's one thing that creates conflict and anger between us, it is our beloved son, Dylan. So if there's one thing that creates conflict and anger between you and your wife, is your son really beloved? We had talked about it before and knew how it happens, but it was still almost impossible to prevent it. It usually started with something Dylan did that would make me angry or frustrated. I would lash out at him and speak harshly or even say something unkind. I am not proud of how I sometimes reacted. Dylan could be extremely frustrated, and he was quite talented at bringing me to my boiling point. The same thing happened to Amy as well. She too had been brought to the point of being verbally and even physically aggressive with Dylan. We have never been abusive, okay, but we have both had times, especially when he was in our late teens and breaking every rule we had. So like this, he's blaming his son for problems in his marriage. Like, my son is the reason my marriage. In another chapter, in another quote, I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up right now, but because I'm not that organized, but he says, my son affected my sex life negatively. He blames his son for his sex life and his poor performance in the bedroom, Derek does. Like, what the fuck, Derek? What were you thinking? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This is fucked, isn't it? All right, let's go on to when he's an adult. Let's go on to when he's an adult. There's a lot more material in here from his childhood that we can pull on. Stories of, oh fuck. Actually, there is one that I do need to pull up, a story from his childhood. Shit. Here's one. So, what ends up happening is Chagat gets kicked out of the middle school. He ends up going to a special school for fucking retards, right? He ends up going to the special school for fucking retards during middle school. So I think he spends all of 7th grade at this school. And his father goes to the Christmas event, like their Christmas party or their Christmas concert. And this is what he thinks. Spurwink would hold a holiday party, which included a holiday concert, which we all used to call a Christmas party and a Christmas concert. Without trying to sound like a complete insensitive jerk, the holiday concert at Spurwink would be one of the lowest moments I would experience as a parent of a special needs child. It's hard to tell the story without coming across as a snob or an insensitive bore, but I'm going to risk that explain how I felt at that concert, because until that evening, I'm not sure I really knew in my heart that I had a child with serious special needs. After this concert, there was no getting around it. We sat down in the little auditorium at Lyric Theatre in South Portland. The students came out, including Dylan, and began singing Christmas carols. It's hard to describe our feelings at this moment, and I can't speak for Amy when I say that I just wanted to cry. I wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. The kids on the stage were all doing the best they could. They were singing, some of them much louder than necessary, and they were all enthusiastic, but they were all over the stage. Some of them didn't even realize what was going on around them. Some of them were spinning in circles and their hands were flapping. This was a group of special needs kids. When I was young, we would have called them retards. That's not a politically correct term anymore. It is now considered mean. I can't remember the last time I even heard it used. And for those of you who are reading this book who are over 35 years old and grew up before political correctness, you know what I'm talking about. My son, my only son, was on stage singing with a bunch of retards. And it was one of the most overwhelming and depressing moments of my parenting experience with Dylan. I know I sound like a complete jerk, and I feel like one as I read these words myself. It had nothing to do with the kids on stage. They were doing their best. So there he is. My son, my only son, is on stage singing with retards. And he makes it all about himself. Has nothing to do with how his son might feel about it or anything like that. It's wow, fuck, it's so tough. It's so embarrassing for me. My son, my only son, is up there dancing with retards. But you're the one who put him in the fucking special retard school. You're the one who put him on that stage, Derek. You're the one who fucked him up. You sit there and blame God all you want, Derek, but it was you who fucked up as a father to the point where your son was dancing and singing with the retard crew. Again, I told Derek when I fucking spoke to him about 2 hours ago, I told Derek that I would fucking ask him questions about this stuff. And he's like, well, why would I do it then? Well, maybe so you could face a little bit of accountability for once in your fucking life, Derek. Again, I'm half your age, whatever, bullshit. But come on. Come on, Derek. This is fucked. This is fucked. Is there anything else from this childhood period that I want to make sure that we cover? Let me just take a quick look here, because the adult stuff gets even crazier. The stuff from his adult years is just fucking nuts. Oh, fuck. Here's one. Here's one. Well, Trelane, send me that fucking story. Send me that story if you have it in the chat. But I'm going to pull up this one. So, at one point, they have to get their son Derek, or Dylan, they have to get Chaggett from one, because they're so wealthy, they're able to afford to send them to private schools and stuff. So they're trying to get him from this one private school for kids with autism to this boot camp for other kids with autism. They end up sending him to this fucking boot camp. It's a story maybe not for this stream, but they send him to a boot camp with like no TV, no internet, no fucking cell phones. He could only talk to them 10 minutes a week. They send him away to this fucking boarding school in North Carolina. In order for them to get him from the one boarding school to the boot camp, they decide that they're going to forcibly drug their son. So he became more and more hostile and more agitated. We told him that he had to take one of the Seroquel, and he refused. We argued, and there was yelling and screaming. In the meantime, the minutes were ticking because we had to get him on a plane that afternoon. We finally convinced him to take one of the Seroquel. I can't even remember how we got him to do it, but we offered him something in exchange. It barely made an impact at first, and he continued his outburst. But after much convincing that he had no other options, he finally got in the car. About halfway to Manchester, he lost it again and started screaming and kicking the back of my seat, making it almost impossible to drive. I pulled over on the side of the road and forced another Seroquel into his mouth. If what you're picturing is a father out of control and a son out of control, you're picturing the right scene. But the second Seroquel luckily did the trick, and within the next 20 minutes, Dylan had settled down enough that we could continue our trip. We arrived at the airport, and Dylan was in rough shape. He could barely keep his head up. The Seroquel had kicked in pretty hard, and he was very drowsy. Our biggest concern at that point was someone thinking we were kidnapping him, or that he was drunk and not letting him on the plane. We checked all the bags, waited at the gate, and when it was time to get on the plane, we walked him between us to hold him and get him on the plane. It was an indescribable moment. Our son, heavily medicated, being dragged to a school in North Carolina, 1,000 miles from home, to enter a program he did not want to enter at a cost we could barely afford. Our emotions were about as high as they had ever been on that flight. And again, the only thing they really care about is how they're looking as they're walking their fucking drugged son through the airport. How are we looking to these people? What do they think of us? You fucking drugged your son up, you crazy cunt. He made me drug him again. I had no choice but to fucking exceed the recommended dose of this drug until he passed out. Somehow this woman was an elected politician. She was a state senator, the mom. The father owns a fucking business. Who would want to do business with this guy knowing this shit? I'm just saying, like, holy fuck, Dad. Oh, fuck. Let me see what else is in this fucking folder I've got. All right, let's move on to his adulthood, because this is where stuff gets crazy, and this is where it starts to get to the point where, you know, Chaggett is responsible for his own actions in these instances, and it's just crazy. So I'm going to pull up the table of contents again. Wedding crasher. Holy fuck. Some of this shit's just wild. There's stories of him getting assaulted and robbed that I don't think I'm going to get into. But at certain points there in his high school years, he got like beat up. He got like fucking beaten to the point his neck was nearly broken. Well, there is a sequel, Tom. There is a sequel. Chaggett wrote it. We'll do that book at some other point as well. We might do an even deeper dive on this at another point. But I'm liking how quick we're actually making progress. I thought that this would take a lot longer to get through the parts I'm showing, so I might show other parts as we get through. But this section is called Peeing in Cape Elizabeth, Wrong Place, Wrong Time. This may be one of the strangest Dylan stories in the book. I am not sure how it happens, but sometimes it seems if there is any luck at all for Dylan, it is bad luck. In the fall of Dylan's senior year, he was driving in the coastal town of Cape Elizabeth, the Cape as the people there like to refer to it. It is a very high-income community. The town has done a nice job maintaining strict ordinances preventing chains like McDonald's and Subway from moving in. The problem on this night in fall 2009 was that Dylan had to relieve himself. It was late at night, and with no chain restaurants or stores to stop into, he pulled over on the side of the road. In an effort to not take a chance, he could accidentally urinate on himself while taking care of business on a dark night on a dark road. He found a street light to aid him visually. As he was peeing under the street light, a policeman drove by. Seeing Dylan under the light, he switched on the blue lights and asked him what he was doing. Dylan explained his thought process to the cop, but he was not sympathetic to Dylan's strategy. Instead, he wrote Dylan up for indecent exposure. This is a serious charge in Maine that is considered a sex crime. If found guilty, Dylan would be listed on a statewide website as a registered sex offender. Oh no! This is like the fucking ultimate nightmare of any man. The thought of Dylan on a list of Mainers convicted of sexual crimes was daunting and terrifying. The list, which is accessible by web page and searchable by town, would not explain all the detail and background. It would just say that Dylan had been convicted of exposing himself. To think that they would ruin Dylan's life over an act that takes place on every golf course every hour of every day in this country. A man having to go to the bathroom and finding a tree to do it seemed ludicrous and grossly unfair. It was one of the scariest times that we went through, because the long-term impact would have been devastating. That list is often referred to when people move into neighborhoods or are hiring. It was essentially an internet scarlet letter. Holy fuck. There it is. Well, I'll let you know how the story ended. About a month later, Dylan's court date came up. He dressed up nicely and appeared in court. The attorney did a nice job representing the facts of the case and assured them there was no intent to expose. It was just a young man picking the wrong spot to take care of nature's business. They charged Dylan with public urination with the stipulation that if he stayed out of trouble for 6 months, the whole case would be scrapped as if it never happened. We were very relieved. We paid the fine, and 6 months later, the charge vanished thanks to Dylan staying out of trouble. Once again, what could have been a terrible outcome ended up as a valuable lesson for Dylan with no long-lasting negative impact. What he's referring to before there is a couple stories where Dylan crashes his vehicle. He crashes the vehicle going for smokes and shit. Maybe we'll pull that up as well. But that's like, this is like Chaggett's first instance of an issue with the law. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. That happens after this. So here's the hit and run. Here's the hit and run he was involved in. I was sitting in my kitchen reading the newspaper one late winter evening in March 2010 when there was a knock on the door. I opened up the door and my heart sank when I saw a policeman standing on my porch. I opened the door and said, "Can I help you, sir?" He introduced himself as a South Portland police officer and told me that my son was involved with a hit and run. My heart sank even lower as I feared the worst. Did he hit a runner? Biker? I immediately said, "Was anybody hurt?" The situation became instantly better when he said no one was hurt. It was a parked car. I called Dylan from the other room when he was sitting on the couch calmly watching TV. "Dylan, this policeman says that you hit a car and took off." Dylan looked at us without so much as a moment of hesitation and said, "Yeah, I did." The police officer's jaw dropped and looked at me as if to say, did he actually just admit that he hit a car and took off without so much as apologizing for what he did? I looked at Dylan. Honey, you can't just hit a car and drive away. That's a crime. Dylan said without any concern, it wasn't that big a dent. Come on. Yeah, I know, guys. He's calling his son honey. Like, his son here is like, I think like 18 years old. Like, he's fucking like in a senior in high school. And he's fucking calling him honey, but he didn't leave that big of a dent, officer. The police officer disagreed and said that the dent on the woman's car was pretty significant. It turned out Dylan had his car parked at the main mall near the food court, where people often come outside and wait for rides or take smoke breaks. It is the most crowded outside part of the mall. So when Dylan backed out of his parking lot and smashed into a parked car, and then proceeded to stop his car, get out, look at the car that was hit, and get back in his car and drive away, he gave everyone witnessing it plenty of time to write down his vanity plate that read Dylon. No! Oh no! His vanity plate read Dylon. It's over. Come on. Fuck. Dylon is the nickname his friends gave him a couple of years earlier. If this were an episode of Law and Order, it would be over by the first commercial break. The officer said, "You understand that I could arrest you for what you did, right?" Dylan became argumentative, as he often did when he was confronted with something he didn't agree with. He argued, it wasn't that big of a dent. What is she getting so worked up about? The officer just looked at me in shock that Dylan would seem so unconcerned about the situation at hand. I'm not really sure how most teenagers would react when confronted with a police officer telling them they could be arrested, but I'm pretty sure that Dylan's reaction was outside the norm. I said, "Well, did you even leave a note?" "I didn't see the point. It wasn't that big of a dent," he said again slowly. "I have way bigger dents on my car." This was true. Dylan's car had several dents on it, and although, like everyone else, he would like to have a car without dents, he was getting by just fine with his dented Oldsmobile. He really could not understand what the big deal was. Why would this person have such a problem with one relatively small dent when he was getting by with several much larger dents? I looked at the dent. "It's a pretty good-sized ding," the officer said. "And I also looked at your car when I pulled in here and can see the white paint marks from where you hit her, and it's clear to me it was a sizable impact." I told Dylan that whoever this person was, she probably did not have any dents on this car and didn't want any. And it was his responsibility, if he hit the car, to either find her or leave a note with his information on it, because he would be liable for repairing the car to its original condition. Dylan said, "Oh, well, that's just ridiculous." It was at this point that I told Dylan to go back into the other room and ask the police officer if I could talk to him privately. We stepped outside and he said, "What's the deal with your son? He doesn't seem to understand the seriousness of this incident." I was glad that the cop recognized that there was a deal with my son. Why would you be glad of that? Why would you be glad that the cop could recognize your son was retarded? Fuck. It was almost as if he knew that something was different about him, and there must be an explanation. I can only assume that this officer, who was in his mid to late 30s, had presented similar information to many teenagers during his career, and had rarely seen a reaction like Dylan's. I don't know if he had any experience or training with Asperger's, but I knew that something was out of the ordinary. I explained to him that Dylan had Asperger's syndrome, and part of his disability was what they call an inability to generalize. I told him that Dylan had a difficult time seeing things from other people's perspective. In fact, it's almost impossible for him to step out of his worldview to see through someone else's eyes. Even when you say to him something like, "Can you see how it would be difficult for someone without a dent in their car to just accept a dent in their car when they had no responsibility in putting it there?" He wouldn't be able to put himself in that person's shoes to see from a different angle. I told the police officer that we would do whatever it took to resolve the situation. And I apologized that Dylan did not seem to take it seriously, but reiterated that it was not due to arrogance or the fact he was uncaring. He just could not understand why. If he could live with dents, someone else could just as well. The officer was very understanding and told me he would contact me later with the name and phone number of the woman who owned the car that Dylan crashed into. So he basically hands the officer this autism business card. "You have witnessed it. Witness the autism. Witness it. Witness it, King." We're witnessing the autism. And the officer just lets Dylan get away with this hit and run. And what ends up happening is that the father ends up arranging to pay for the woman's vehicle. He pays all the repairs. She gets a quote for $2,000 to fix the vehicle. And she ends up saying to him, "That's too much. I don't need $2,000. And instead, he ends up only paying $200. So Dylan ends up getting off completely scot-free for this dent. Basically, it ends up costing the family $200. We'll read these stories of 2 more car accidents he gets involved in. This is during high school. The weeks leading up to and around graduation were not very good weeks for us with Dylan. There's the part where it says, if you want to pause it there, it's about the $200 bill or whatever. My mother had a Buick that she had looked into trading in, but it didn't have a lot of value. And she knew Mariah would be getting her license soon, so she had offered the car to Mariah. This was a very generous offer that Mariah appreciated, as did we, because it saved us from buying a car for her. Dylan had been driving an old Volvo we had recently purchased, but eventually it had too many problems to spend the money repairing it. So he started driving my mother's Buick. One morning that he was driving to school, he decided to reach down and grab a mirror that he had on the floor to make sure his hair looked good. So this is Dylan. Why he didn't look in the rearview mirror at his hair, I'm not sure. Neither am I. Maybe he just had a total vanity about it. Apparently, he wanted a larger mirror to get the full effect of how his hair looked that day. What he did not do was wait until he approached and stopped at the traffic light that was less than a mile away to get the mirror. So as he reached down to the passenger side of the car, he continued to travel up Black Point Road toward the high school, where he smashed into the car in front of him, sending that car into the car in front of them. Fortunately, no one was hurt in the accident. And fortunately, the girl that was driving the car Dylan had crashed into was on my Little League team, and we were friendly with the parents. They were very patient about the whole situation. We obviously had to pay for the repairs and went through our insurance, but they never threatened to sue us or take any other legal action for the damage that Dylan did to the car. In the process, however, the Buick my mother had offered to Mariah was smashed beyond reasonable repair. The whole hood was compressed and crushed, and there was no way that we could spend the amount of money that it would take to repair it. This left us without a car for Mariah when she started driving, and it also landed Dylan completely without a car, which made him very frustrated. The first thing that happened when Dylan didn't have a car to drive people around is that some of the kids, the ones that were not his real friends, stopped calling him. His pipeline of friends dried up very quickly when he was no longer able to act as a chauffeur. He had become very used to driving his friends all over the place, oftentimes making money doing it by charging them well beyond the gas required. Kids would call Dylan up and need a ride that was 5 minutes away, and he would charge them $10 for gas. He saw it as a win-win. Not only could he make money, but it was an opportunity for him to have social interaction with other teenagers. He saw many of these kids as his friends, but also realized some were using him. However, it was still a win-win because it gave him the opportunity to get out of the house and hang out with kids his own age. When he lost the ability to drive them around, some of these friendships disappeared very quickly. I think there's a reason why. It's like this. Let me just see if I can pull up this image. Because I think there's a reason why things are the way they are. I think you guys know where I'm going with this. This is his mother, the Honorable Amy Volk. When I left office, I thought I would be no longer targeted by crazy people. However, some woman named Melissa has been all over Facebook and Twitter telling people Derek and I are somehow aligned with Nazis. Derek is close to 100% Ashkenazi Jewish, and I am like 30% through my mother's biological father. We support Israel wholeheartedly. Also, we did not attend the rally in Augusta on Monday, which she had somehow tied us to. So there's that. Just letting anyone know in case you've seen her strange rants. She is clearly out of her head, which is sad, but why us? So that might be what's going on. I'm going to take a quick moment here. I'm going to head to the bathroom. Going to take a bathroom break here, folks. And we'll be back to continue the story. Can you hear me there, kids? So we left off on the totally shocking news. The totally shocking news there that the family is Jewish. Any of you guys really that surprised? Yeah, this is the arrest. So here's the short bus story for the people who want the short bus story. I know people wanted to hear the story of Dylan riding the short bus. At the meeting in early September, the education director asked the group, "Does anyone here feel that Dylan is ready to rejoin the public school with success at this time?" No one raised a hand or spoke up in the affirmative. Even though it was a public school, we did not seem to have the ability to say, "Take him back now." Dylan had to earn his way back to Scarborough Middle School. There was no question in anyone's mind that he was determined to return to the public school. In an interview during some testing, he told the psychologist, "Socially, I'm tired of annoying people or saying inappropriate things and then suffering the consequences. If I could stop myself, I would." You could stop yourself. You're full of shit. "There is no way that I am not graduating with my class. No way." They suggested that Dylan start by attending the first couple of periods of the day. After the first couple of periods, they suggested he could go outside and get on a small bus, the small bus, that would take him back to Spurwink for the remainder of the day. Dylan was there, but was instructed to be on his best behavior, or he could ruin his chances of getting back to the middle school. When they suggested he get on a small bus right in front of the school, he couldn't help but speak up. Dylan explained with calmness and reason that he was trying very hard to gain back some semblance of social status, and that would be virtually impossible if they made him climb on a small bus during the school day. None of the school administrators appeared to appreciate Dylan's concerns. This is awful. They basically reverted back to the same argument that Miss Little gave him. You could if you wanted to. We were quick to stick up for Dylan. We asked if they basically, if they were willing to compromise and come up with another option. Dylan wanted a car to pick him up, but they said that was simply impossible. There were insurance and liability issues that they could not avoid. It had to be the short bus. Dylan was quick to come up with a solution. "I will agree to get on the short bus if you let me go out the side door near the gym and have it park on the side of the building." They looked at each other as if they were trying to find a way to reject his plan, but there was really no logical reason to shoot him down. They agreed to Dylan's plans, and he began the process of working his way back into the middle school. So that's the story of the short bus. He had to ride the short bus from the normal public school to the special school where he spent the rest of the day. Uses the euphemism small bus instead of short bus. Later, there's another instance of the short bus in North Carolina, but it's a little bit superfluous for what the scope of this presentation is today. Holy fuck. I don't know. I'm going to leave that one. So let's continue. High school graduation. Two more cars bite the dust. Like, what a fucking... Oh, let's go back into that. Because there's another traffic accident. Here it is. Since he could no longer drive the Buick, Amy found a used 1996 Oldsmobile 98 for Dylan. It was only $1,800. Dylan was driving to school one day in mid-May without Mariah. This time he was in the proper lane in a 3-lane intersection. One lane goes right and straight, the middle lane goes straight, and the left lane is left only, which takes you to Route 1 and Scarborough High School. Dylan was in the left only lane. As he sat there waiting for the light to turn, he suddenly decided that he needed to pull into the local mobile station, which was all the way across 3 lanes, to get some cigarettes. Impulsively and without looking, Dylan whipped his car out and drove at a 90-degree angle to the right to get to the mobile station. In fact, according to the man who hit him, he drove at more than a 90-degree angle. He was actually driving the wrong way down Black Point Road, away from the intersection, and the gentleman coming up over the hill had no way to stop from hitting Dylan almost head on. The gentleman in the truck hit Dylan's car at enough force to drive the corner of the car and the hood into a mangled mess. The pickup truck had some front end damage as well. I received a phone call shortly after that Dylan had crashed his car, and I immediately drove up to Oak Hill. There in the parking lot of the mobile station was Dylan, the other gentleman, and a policeman who was very agitated because Dylan could not find his driver's license or his registration. My first goal was to settle everybody down and find the documents needed to fill out the paperwork. I found them, gave them to the police officer, and assured him that Dylan did have a driver's license, even though he did not have his wallet on him. It's the need for sped. You're right, Duck Dick. I didn't even know what to say to him because I was so upset. I was furious. Not only had he crashed and totaled 2 cars in under a year, but he was now responsible for destroying the free car that my mother had given to Mariah, leaving Mariah without a car. And now the new car we bought him. It would cost us almost as much to repair the Oldsmobile as we had originally paid for it. And to add insult to injury, he did this looking to buy cigarettes, which was a habit that made Amy and me very upset and disappointed in him to begin with. Smoking was not a fight we could win, so we did whatever we could to discourage it, but didn't battle him about it. We had learned to pick our battles. Like, holy shit. It's just fucking wild. Like, it just keeps going. But this isn't even like the craziest of the stories, folks. Like, we're not even in Chaggett's brush with insanity. We're nowhere fucking near close to when we actually get the brush with insanity segment, where like it just becomes fucking insane. We haven't even got to the chart yet, where Chaggett's father. I'm fiddling with this charger here. Holy shit. Will it go into any of the plugs? There it is. Chaggett's father makes a chart of all the jobs his son has held. I've said this before, but we'll get to it. It's just crazy. The Chaggett chart. Oh, fuck. Let me see here if I can find... Oh, fuck it. I'll let it go. I'll let that one go for now. We'll show it to you in a minute. But we're going to move on now in the table of contents to what do I got here? After the hit and runs, he ends up graduating high school. Here it is. So here's one. This is one where he steals his mother's credit card. After graduation, we started preparing for Dylan to move to Florida. We booked a flight for Amy and Dylan to fly down in late June so they could get the apartment all set up. New Directions had already lined Dylan up with a roommate, a boy with Asperger's from New Jersey. And now we needed to furnish an apartment. The plan was for Amy and Dylan to fly down, take a few days to hit up some secondhand stores, and get all the things they needed. The weeks before he left were challenging because Dylan had graduated from high school, felt that he was an adult now and could do what he wanted, yet he was still living in our house. We felt like he should still live by our rules as most parents would, and he felt that he had the freedom to do as he chose, as would most 19-year-olds. The real conflict during this couple of weeks came from the fact that Dylan did not have a car to drive with. But then all of a sudden, out of the blue, people started calling Dylan again. We couldn't figure out why Dylan's popularity rebirthed, but he used every opportunity to point out that he had a social life again, and we were wrong. Like, his parents just hate him that much. Although we didn't like his friends, we were happy for him that he wasn't sitting home all the time feeling sorry for himself and becoming depressed because he was almost 19 and had no social life. I was sitting in my office when I received a call from the Visa fraud department. My card had been hacked a year earlier, so there were red flags on my Visa card already. So when they called me with another fraud concern, I immediately thought my card had been violated again. They started going through some of the charges, and I said, no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And then there was one at McDonald's that caused a red flag to come up for me because we never ever eat at McDonald's, and it was for $4. There was then another one at a gas station in Old Orchard Beach, and another one at a gas station in Old Orchard Beach, and then another and another. There were charges for Aeropostale, TJ Maxx, and other locations at the main mall that I know I had not been shopping at. It did not take me very long to figure out that Dylan was using our credit card. I called Amy and asked her about all of these charges and if maybe she had taken the girls shopping lately. She said she hadn't, and we knew what was going on. Dylan had stolen Amy's credit card and was using it to buy friendship. Once again, our emotions were mixed. We were irate that Dylan had racked up over $2,000 in charges in less than 2 weeks. Charges that we would be responsible for unless we told Visa they were fraudulent. Obviously, we could not turn our son in as the hacker. Dylan at the time was having lunch with my parents who were saying goodbye to him before he left for Florida. I called my father and told him what had happened, but told him not to say anything to Dylan because I didn't want him getting into the middle of it. I asked him to let him know when they were about 20 minutes away from finishing lunch, and I would leave the office and drive to TJ Maxx where I would meet Dylan. Amy went up into Dylan's room and gathered up some of the clothes she thought were from TJ Maxx. Many of them still had tags on them. Amy and I drove to the parking lot at TJ Maxx, where my parents pulled up with Dylan. He had no idea why they were there. When we confronted Dylan about stealing the credit card and buying not only clothes but gas and meals for his friends, he denied it at first. However, knowing the evidence was overwhelmingly against him, he quickly admitted it and then tried to come up with reasons as to why it was justified. We didn't get him a new car after he crashed his. We didn't give him enough money to go out with his friends. We didn't give him what he deserved. His feelings of entitlement were outrageous and aggravating. Instead of apologizing, he tried to blame us for his deception. I wonder where he learned this from. I wonder where he learned this scamming, conniving, scheming attitude from, Derek. I wonder who he learned it from. Was it Daddy Dearest Oy vey of the box fucking factory? I just don't fucking know, Derek. I don't know. Oh, fuck. This story's pretty fucking jokes. It keeps going. We're gonna read this whole fucking story of this, and there's so many others. There's still so many more that we need to get to. There's the time he stole from Sears as well. I made him take off the clothes that he was wearing. Come on, Derek. Derek, no! I made Dylan take the clothes off that he was wearing. Amy brought him a change of clothes in case the clothes that he was wearing were stolen, and I walked into TJ Maxx to return them. He refused to go in the store with me. I went in and told a sales clerk that the clothes had been purchased inappropriately, and some were credited and some were not because they had been worn. She wanted to know if I wanted to keep the clothes that weren't credited, and I said that I didn't. She could put them back on the shelf, donate them to charity, or do whatever they want with them. Uh, because Dylan would inevitably say he might as well keep them because since they wouldn't take them back, and I didn't want that option for him. While I was in the store, I asked to speak to a manager. The manager came over, a woman who seemed to be in her 30s. I told the manager that my son hangs out with some pretty rough crowds, and although I don't have any proof that he's even stolen anything, I know he's worn stolen clothes from TJ Maxx. He's told us he's wearing a shirt that his friend stole from TJ Maxx. I wanted her to know that these kids think TJ Maxx is a big joke because when they get caught stealing, they are just told not to come back in the store. The store never even calls the police. So why would the kids be concerned about stealing again? All it would take was for them to prosecute a few of these kids, and word would get out not to steal from TJ Maxx. The store manager thanked me for my information and told me she thinks it's as frustrating as I do. She finds it as frustrating as I do. But their corporate policy is that it would take more money to prosecute all these kids than the value of the product being stolen. I said, what kind of message are you sending to that entire generation of kids? You're telling them that stealing is not a crime, that anybody takes seriously, and the reward is much greater than the risk, so why not do it? Again, she agreed with me, but said there was nothing she could do. It was a very frustrating conversation. I left TJ Maxx and went back out to the parking lot. One of the items of clothes I had not noticed had a Macy's tag on the inside. So I did take that shirt back outside and told Dylan to get in my car because we were heading over to Macy's to return it. Again, he refused to go with me. Voices were raised and I demanded he get in the car. We finally got in the car and headed over to the mall. When we got there, he absolutely refused to get out of the car and come into the store. So I took the shirt and the hat off his head. From what Capital One told me, he had purchased an Atlanta Braves hat at Lids. Dylan is not an Atlanta Braves fan, but for whatever reason, he liked the hat. Like, notice the emphasis that he's not an Atlanta Braves fan, because that's the biggest disappointment of his life, that his son doesn't like baseball. Oh, fuck. There's a story in this where Derek tries to brainwash Dylan into loving baseball. We might have to get into that after this. We have to find it. He tries to brainwash his son into loving baseball because once he figured out he was autistic, he thought he could manipulate his mind and get him obsessed with it if he just gave him a book of statistics. It's fucking amazing. But anyway. Oh, fuck. However, when I went to Lids, they could not refund my money back because it had been worn, but told me they'd give me a store credit. Anyone who knows me, knows that I like hats. If I'd have one vice in life, it's that I really like to buy hats, and I have a lot of them. Really small hats, and he has a lot of them. Every time I come back from something, my wife will smile and laugh and say, "That's good, you need another hat." I remind her I could be a smoker or a gambler or a womanizer, which would all be a lot more expensive and damaging than a guy who likes to buy hats. Fortunately for me, that's a pretty strong argument. When Lids refused to take the hat back, I saw this as a win-win. Not only could I return the hat that Dylan bought, but I could walk out wearing a hat for myself. I knew my walking out with a new hat would piss him off. And at that moment, pissing him off was worth more than the money. Like, listen to this. He's like a fucking child. He's like a fucking child. Pissing him off was worth more than the money. A few minutes later, I came out with a brand new Flex Fit University of Maine hat with a black bear on the front. I sat in the car, turned to Dylan and said, "What do you think of my new hat?" As expected, he got pissed off. "Why did you get a hat, Dad?" I said, "Because I paid for it." What a fucking flex on his son. "Because I paid for it, son." Flexington. Like, come on, son. Holy shit. because I paid for it. Hit the dog! Come on. Like, this is a grown-ass man. This fucking guy was like 35 years old at this point. Like, no, if Dylan was 18, Derek would have been 38 years old. 38 years old? And he's acting like that. Just fucking dabbing on his son. Just dabbing on his son. Holy fuck. And then we wonder why Chaggett's getting pressed and fucking beat up by Baked Alaska. Like, what genetic material was he really working with? It's cold, Dad. When we got home was when the fireworks started because we pointed out that we had been right. When we said his friends were using him, they were only calling him because he had a credit card and could buy them gas and food and gifts. I guess the question looking back is, how necessary was that? He already knew that his friends were using him. I'm not sure we gained anything by getting in a huge argument. The problem was that you couldn't just say, as you could with most kids, the Paul Ingalls or Howard Cunningham model, of very softly and slowly saying the classic one-liner of, "We're very disappointed in you." With us, it always ended up in an argument. We have learned over the years that the calm, stern approach does not work with Dylan, because unlike most kids who would just take that and walk up to their room with the burden of knowing that their parents were disappointed in them, Dylan would fight and fight and fight until our throats were sore from yelling. He always made sure that his position, as factually and emotionally inaccurate as it may have been, was fought to the very last breath. He would never back down or walk away. To be truthful, at times like this, I was so angry at him for what he had done. I wanted the argument. I did not do it consciously, but I believe that I actually wanted to make him feel bad about himself, because I felt he didn't seem to feel bad for what he'd done. Sadly, the night before he was moving to Florida, possibly moving out of the house forever, instead of having a nice final evening with Dylan, we had one final blowout. Oh, he's stealing fucking Amy's credit card. Stealing the credit cards. It just gets worse and worse, folks. Like, we haven't even got to the real gold. We haven't even got to the real... This is some good shit, but wait until we get to his brush with insanity. Just wait. But before we get there, since we're not even 3 hours into the program, we're only 2 hours into the program, and I said we might go as many as 5 hours, and I'm hoping to maybe only go 3 or 4. But I want to try and find the baseball story where he uses his son's autism against him to try and brainwash him into loving baseball. So let me see if we can find this here. And fuck you, Derek. You're a piece of shit, bro. This fucking guy tonight. You know, I get Derek on the line. You know, I get him on a Zoom call. This piece of shit is wearing a fucking wife beater. You know, he's wearing this fucking disgusting wife beater, his fucking chest hair protruding. You know? And he's like, "Do you know, son, I'm 51 years old. Maybe when you're my age, you'll understand why I did this to my son." Okay, fag. You know? Like, that's basically the whole conversation was like, honestly, I'm not a fan of you. I think you're fucked. Do you want to do this interview? I'm not going to kiss your ass. Do you want to do it? And he's like, why would I? Well, maybe because you're interested in the truth there. I don't know. Just saying there, Derek. Fuck. Here it is. This is Derek speaking, and he's the narrator. "I have always loved baseball. Baseball is the ultimate sport for people with Asperger's. There are 100 years of statistics and data. There are hundreds of players every year coming in and out of Major League Baseball to learn about and track. I devised a plan to read Dylan a book about baseball's 100 greatest players, with the hopes that he might find all the statistics intriguing enough to make baseball his new special interest. Every night as I put him to bed, I read a book published by the Sporting News that listed in order, according to them, the 100 greatest players in history. We started at number 100 and worked our way down, every night rereading the names of the ones we had already covered. I thought was the kind of thing I knew he had the potential to grasp. A couple of weeks later, when I saw Dylan looking at the book all by himself, I was beside myself with excitement. I did it, I thought. I did it. Special interest Operation Baseball was a success. Dylan is going to become obsessed with baseball. I went over to talk to Dylan and said, "Hey, buddy, what are you reading about?" He started telling me how different players had been born in the same year or on the same day. Instead of memorizing their batting average, on-base percentage, home runs, or strikeouts, he was memorizing their birthdays. He had no interest in the stats. Dylan couldn't care less about Walter Johnson's wins or Ty Cobb's batting average. He wasn't interested in how many games Cal Ripken Jr. played without missing one, and he didn't give two hoots about Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak, but he could tell you the year in which almost all 100 had been born and died. Well, I was tremendously impressed that he had the ability to memorize all the birthday and death days. I was disappointed that my plan was unsuccessful. Not long after the baseball attempt, Dylan started talking about cars. So he ended up, he tries to condition his son to love baseball because he's like a softball coach, right? And he has all these fond memories of coaching his little girls. Like, the only time that Derek in this whole book talks about how he's like really proud of his son or how he enjoyed his son was when he was playing baseball. And he was like, back then my son had friends and he was playing sports. He was the son I wanted. He was the son I deserved. But it was taken from me by God. Like, come on, buddy. Come on. Fuck. All right, that's the fucking story of him brainwashing his son. As I keep reading this, like, more and more of it comes back to me. More and more of this comes back to me of all the crazy shit. All the crazy shit that's happened here. Okay. Oh, fuck. All right. So, we picked up where we last left off. So, he stole Amy's credit cards in order to buy himself clothes and buy himself the approval of friends. He racked up $2,000, but they ended up sending him down to Florida to go to college or whatever. Now, I'm going to pull up a section here before I get into how he got kicked out of his apartment in Florida. Which, again, I don't know why his dad keeps fucking writing this shit. Like, it's just terrible. It's fucked up, man. But we're going to read about what his dad thought about his son's prospects in college. There is a radical difference between life in southern Florida and life in Bangor, Maine. We talked at great length about his options, but once Dylan gets something in his head, it is very difficult to change his mind regardless of the information or the facts he receives. After high school, he had deferred his acceptance to NESCOM so he could open it back up again. We knew college, even a program like NESCOM had, was a long shot. Dylan really struggled in high school, and that was despite being in special education classes with significant one-on-one help. There is no way he would get through a 4-year college program without a tremendous amount of private tutoring to supplement the classes. We were prepared to do whatever was needed to give him the opportunity for success. We were just not very confident it was going to happen for him. That's fucking savage. We were prepared to do whatever was needed to give him a chance for success. We were just not very confident it was going to happen for him. Ooh. Ooh, that's fucking tough. Ooh, that's hurting as fuck. Hurting as fuck, boys. Oh, oh man. Fuck. All right, let's get into what happens in Florida. How he gets kicked out of these apartments. He ends up getting a job actually in Florida. So he ends up getting a job at Boston Market. He gets a job at Boston Market. He's living on his own for the first time in his life. How do we think this is going to go, folks? Well, we already know he's going to get kicked out. So we may as well just read this motherfucker. Dylan's first apartment in Florida was very roomy, clean, and safe. There were security gates at every entrance and a nice little fitness room. There was a beautiful swimming pool area and a pond with a sidewalk around it. Unfortunately, he was not there for very long. In early 2011, I received a call from the woman who ran the apartment complex. She said she had received a complaint from the people living below Dylan because he had urinated off of his third floor patio onto their barbecue grill. I will repeat, Dylan had urinated off of his third floor patio onto their barbecue grill. I don't think there are too many people that would not find that totally disgusting and call to complain. We called Dylan and asked him what he was thinking when he didn't just walk inside to go to the bathroom. He could not understand what the big deal was. Well, he was sitting outside on his patio smoking. He would sometimes have to go to the bathroom. He didn't want to bother to put his cigarette out just to go inside to go to the bathroom. So instead, he went over the edge. We experienced the same kind of behavior at home. He would sometimes urinate on the driveway. Occasionally, he would even urinate in the garage. And he was known to urinate out his second-story window at home. Sometimes not even taking out the screen. Come on. He didn't even take out the screen. And having his pee splatter all over the windowsill. He didn't seem to think much of it. It defied logic to us. But somehow he was able to justify his actions to himself and continue to do it. I would get really angry when he would pee in the driveway. And furious when it came to the garage. He didn't seem to care. I would yell, Dylan, why would you piss in the garage? I'm sorry, give me a minute. Give me... Okay. Imagine writing this about your son. I would yell, Dylan, why would you piss in the garage when just inside was a bathroom literally 30 feet away? He had no explanation, but also no regret. He just didn't learn the piss jug cheat code. Now he was in Florida and there would be serious consequences if he continued his behavior. We were very concerned that Dylan would be kicked out of the complex. Not only did the complex hold all of the New Direction students, it housed the office, and it was a terrific location for Dylan's cat. Beautiful boy. Oh, fuck. The thought of... Despite all of our warning, and another warning a few weeks later from the people at the Wayne River apartment office, Dylan continued to urinate off the patio. Just as she warned us, we received notice that Dylan was being evicted from his apartment. The people from New Directions were very upset and were unable to explain... Oh, fuck. Why he seemed incapable and unwilling to change even when faced with a serious consequence. We had about a week to find him a new apartment and to get him moved. Fuck. Like, holy shit. That's just fucking wild. That's fucking wild. What's even wilder than Chaggot actually doing this shit when he was like trying to go to college there in Florida is the fact that his father is writing this in a book and selling it, making money off of this shit, lining his own pockets, even though he makes over 6 figures a year owning his own business and was able to afford a 70 grand a year private school program for his son. Why does he need to do this? Why? Why does he need to write this? How do you think it's going to go when I ask Chaggett about this tomorrow? Dad? Derek? How do you think that's going to go, Derek? You fucking idiot. Of course you know how it would go. Somehow you're still allowing him to be a fucking public figure. I don't know. Jesus. All right, well, let's hear the story of the Sears theft. Are you ready for the Sears theft, kids? How he stole from Sears? Aye, aye, Captain PPP. We're ready to hear about the Sears theft. Oh, the Sears heist. Dylan's experience while watching his friends in Maine steal with no consequences, even when caught, came to bite him in February 2011. Dylan was caught and arrested for stealing a shirt from Sears. He spent the night in the county jail and was charged with theft. In it, he was trying to look as tough as possible, unaware of how often or easily it would be seen with a simple search of his name. Better not search for this mugshot, boys. Dylan could not believe that they had actually arrested him and made him spend the night in jail because he was under the impression that a store wouldn't pursue charges for anything stolen under $50. He actually thought that it wasn't even technically illegal to steal anything under $50. So instead of being remorseful for his actions, he was resentful that they would charge him for such a ridiculous crime. We tried to explain to him that stealing is stealing. He couldn't comprehend that the size of the dollar value was insignificant. We explained you could be charged for stealing a pack of gum, just like you could be charged for stealing a shirt or jewelry. Taking someone else's property without paying for it is against the law, period. Our voices went unheard. Dylan was too hung up on this $50 theory to hear anything we were saying. Most 19-year-olds would be quite intimidated by the idea of spending the night in jail in southern Florida. But Dylan actually had a good time. During his brief incarcerations, he told us that he was the hit of the cell block. He told us how all the other guys in the cell block with him that night were black, and he was cracking them up with his jokes. He told us that the guards didn't find them as funny as all his cellmates when he told them he liked his mugshot, asking if he could get it in an 8x10. He had a really good time with all the black guys in the cell. I don't even have to say anything, do I? It speaks for itself. The joke is there. Like the inmates, the black guys in the cell. I really like that mugshot, boy. I really like that mugshot. Can I get it in an 8x10? Can I get it in an 8x10, boy? Can I get up in that ass, boy? Chaggett, bend over from a boy. Oh, poor Chaggett. I don't know. He had a great time, I guess. I guess he had a great time. Oh, fuck. A couple of months later, he would take great pleasure in showing us his mugshot and hung it on the door of New Directions with a handwritten note that said stealing is not good. He thought that this was absolutely hysterical, and although we found it pretty funny ourselves, we had to play the role of responsible parents and frown on it. Dylan just found a way to make bad decisions comical. Much like the days of his prank phone calls, he had a special way of putting us in the position of either laughing with him or holding firm to disdain in an effort to teach him right for wrong. He often made it so funny it was hard to keep a straight face. We'll get into what happened to Dylan at Boston Market in a moment, but this has reminded me of another story that must be told. Another story that must be told from the book of when they potentially feared that their child had been kidnapped. Reminds me of another tale. 'Tis a tale. Oh, fuck. Let's get it going. This is crazy. It's crazy. It's Chagged Tales, Chagged Tales. We're all witness to Chagged Tales. Oh, fuck. So they're at like this Little League tournament at this hotel, and they're having dinner, and they tell Chagged, oh, well, we're in the pool. You don't like to go in the pool, so just go for a walk, come back in 10 minutes, and the meal would be ready. So as we sat around waiting for dinner to come that evening, Dylan was getting very impatient. So we suggested that he go for a walk around the hotel and come back in about 10 minutes. If dinner came, somebody would run out and find him. But the waiter had told us we still had another 10 minutes. So we figured at the rate it'd be going, he'd be back in plenty of time. Dylan left, and about 10 minutes later, our meals did come out. We waited a few minutes for Dylan to come back. But when he didn't, I volunteered to go look for him. I went to the main part of the hotel and walked everywhere, but could not find Dylan. There was no sign of him. I was not worried that he was kidnapped, that's for sure. One thing we always joked about was that if anybody ever kidnapped Dylan, they would be calling us offering the ransom money as opposed to asking for ransom money. With no luck, I went back and sat down to have dinner with the team. Like, think about that. He had no worries that his son was kidnapped. He probably hoped he was kidnapped. He was like, oh, please, God, let him have been hit by a car. Please, God, let him have been kidnapped. But he just goes back and has the meal with his family. He doesn't give a fuck about his son. He doesn't give a shit. His family without his son is the team. I know that's not the most outrageous story, but it's just like, it's indicative of this guy's mindset, right? Like, how fucked is this? And he's sad that Dylan comes back, like, about 10 minutes after that, Dylan came back grinning and excited. We asked him why he was laughing so much, and he told us he had crashed the wedding that was being held at the hotel. He went into the reception hall and sat down to eat with them, and fucked. Oh, fuck. So that's what he was doing. That's what he was doing, folks. His dad was right not to worry, I guess, but, you know, okay. Let's get back to the chronological timeline that I had originally laid out for this program. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. The rabbit greens. The whole analogy of the rabbit and the greyhound is just fucked, too. Like, God damn it. Dylan at Boston Market. So he gets a job at Boston Market, and he was going to the gym, and he was looking good. But then we get to the section of the book entitled, Has He Gone Crazy? Has he gone crazy? On Wednesday, October 19th, 2011, I received one of the most frightening calls I have ever received from Dylan. He said very quickly in a disoriented manner, okay, so now tell me what I'm supposed to do today. Tell me. Okay, so you have 3 choices to choose from. 3 choices to choose. I can A, make calls for you. B, go to the gym. C, go look for a job. Because I was just fired from Boston Market. So tell me, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I immediately became very concerned because I had not heard Dylan talk in this strange tone before. I asked him what happened at Boston Market. But he refused to tell me, saying, oh, you just want me to say it, and I'm not going to say it. Nice try. I honestly did not know. I had some guesses. If I were to guess at that point, I would have assumed that he either said something racially inappropriate, or he slept through a shift, As it turns out, the latter was the correct guess. Holy shit. So Chaggett gets fired from his job at Boston Market for literally falling asleep on the fucking job. Oh, by the way, Chaggett's very first job was at like Jim's Pizza or something, or Joe's Pizza, or some pizza place in Maine. And you know the reason why Chaggett got fired from that job? And I'm actually going to try and find it here. He got fired for asking a black customer that came in if he was Barack Obama. He asked a black customer if he was Barack Obama. Oh, fuck, what a hero. What a fucking king. Yeah, we'll have to fucking pull that up at some point. Oh my god. The stories are amazing. And tomorrow, we get to ask Chaggett all of the burning questions that you have, that I have. I'm telling you guys, you got to submit me your questions in the comment section below. You got to submit them on Twitter. What do you think we should ask Chaggett? What do you think we should ask him? I'll tell you. I can't believe he's going to go on. His dad fucking was too smart, but... and I was too honest, so... Oh, fuck. I said that he needed to go get his car, go to Enterprise, and return the rental. They will give you a ride to Sammy's Auto House, where your car is done and ready for pickup. After that, go to the gym and work off some of this anger and frustration. It'll work out. You'll find another job. You always do. So then he was concerned. Amy received a Facebook message from Dylan. And I started receiving texts stating that he knew what his problem was, and that it was that he was white. Okay, hold on. You gotta read this shit. This shit's crazy. And by the way, I'm gonna pull up a song that's gonna help us to illustrate this period in Chaggett's life. Chaggett's issue is that he's white, even though he's a Jew, right? So, oh fuck, this is gonna be amazing. Oh fuck, you just won't even believe it. All right. Let's get this lined up. Oh, fuck off. It's the white people's fault. It's white people's fault. All right. So here we go. We received a text stating that he knew what his problem was, and it was that he was white and needed to be around more black people because they were clearly the superior race. His messages were garbled and confused. Dylan had previously had some unusual opinions, but he had always been able to argue his case in a very clear and sometimes incredibly convincing manner. This was different. For example, this is the exact transcript of a series of texts he sent me. Don't want to trick idiots into helping their own anymore. Sorry. You converted for a reason. Guess what? So am I. Just did. Oh, wait. Can this mean I must accept what I need to? Before I must accept all this, I feel I must apologize to the others who are too legit to see it my way. Do you understand me yet? Do you know what you have in Amy Murchison Volk? Who she really is? The Nordic? Must I keep going? I will warn you from here, it does get graphic. European history, black men being bred by trickery. The evil blue-eyed man, half Jewish, half Nordic, No matter what comes out of my mouth, the white man continues to spin, 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 spin. I'm not sure. What made Amy and me even more concerned is that I had just finished a book called Crazy about a dad's experience with his son's mental illness. It was a terrifying yet educational book about the effects of mental illness on a family, and in particular the treatment of the mentally ill in the Florida correctional system. So we were both unusually aware of what mental illness could look like, and it appeared we were seeing it in Dylan. He talked sometimes for what seemed like hours about black supremacy and how the Nordic people were the devil. He was saying that because Amy was a Nordic, she could not be trusted. Even as he continued to talk with her, we explained to him that his mother was actually Scottish, English, and French Canadian, and none of these are Nordic countries at all, so he could trust her. In his twisted thought process at the time, he was saying that because she was so white, he couldn't trust her. I, on the other hand, was Jewish, so for some reason that was okay. He was saying that all the bad that happened in the world was because of white people, and that he included was evil. It was terrifying and illogical. We tried to tell him about the Rwanda genocides, the apartheid in South Africa, the mass killings in places like Sierra Leone and the Sudan, as well as the Japanese atrocities in China during World War II and the Khmer Rouge, to prove to him that people can be evil whether they are black or white or yellow. He did not want to hear it. All he could focus on was the fact that black people were superior and whites were the cause of all their problems. He also said that because of his fears, he could no longer sleep at night. So he started staying up all night and sleeping during the day. When it was light out, we were waking up in the morning to dozens of texts sent at 2, 3, and 4 in the morning. We knew he was not sleeping. His therapist from New Directions came by to speak with him, but Dylan would not let him. He couldn't be trusted. The therapist felt that Dylan's breakdown happened because he quit taking his medications. We were not convinced his lack of meds would be the cause. So he became a black supremacist. His mother was a filthy Nord despite the fact that she was a Jew and his father was a Jew. Now, mind you, our boy, Chagged, is going to AFPAC. He was personally invited by Nicholas J. Fuentes himself. His ticket was given to him free. He got the gold $10,000 package for free. So he's one of the leaders of the white race. He's going to AFPAC. He's our king. He's our messiah going to AFPAC. But remember this, folks. He was a black supremacist. He was a black supremacist. And I just want to show you something else. These fucking ads are bullshit. We already sat through these ads, but I'm going to have to play for you a song that Chagged wrote to let us know about the glory of black people. The glory of black... You know, we're not even fucking to like the craziest shit in this either. Do you know that? Are you aware that there's shit that happens to this guy that's actually almost... I think it is crazier than this shit. Like, his other arrests and stuff? Holy fuck. You're just be fucking prepared, kids. Are you ready, kids?
And keep the money.
Here it is. The ultimate proof that Chagged is not racist.
Oh, 106 in Park's about to be on.
No, Girl Code is on.
We don't need to watch more Girl Code.
I need to see if I can wear up boots after Labor Day.
106 and Rich Homie Kwan's gonna be on there today.
Will you stop acting black? You are not black.
Oh, alright. Girl, I'm done with you.
Where do you think you're going?
Finna go date me some black girls.
Whoa!
You think you can get some black girls with that swag?
It's your boy Dylon.
Black bitches is the only thing that I like. The proud white nationalist.
But really I do though. Let's get it.
The savior of the white race.
I don't got no type. Nah. Black is the only thing that I like. I don't like 'em white. Don't like 'em white. Starbucks with the Uggs. I can't be about that life. Nah. Don't care dark or light. Nah. But if they ain't black, then I'm yelling, take a hike. Go on, girl. Usually I'm right. I'm usually right, though. Cause white girls' favorite thing to do is go on hikes. Color-coordinated outfits. Weaves and hair extensions. No time for Janet and Caitlin's. Asking you if they can touch it.
Cut your hair.
Girls with fresh kicks. And girls who use kick. Girls who don't like camping. And know who K. Michelle is. Girls who don't shut the TV off when I'm trying to watch 106 in Park. I need an all-black mall. For Latoya, I'm spending it all. If a name Jasmine, then I'm a call. If a name Monique, then I'm a ball. Mary, Mary on the wall. Where's the blackest neighborhood of all? Where they at? I don't got no type. Team dark skin. Black is the only thing that I like. I don't do corny lines. Keep it real. But girl, is you on Tinder? Cause I dab swipe you right. I can't take 'em white. Can't take 'em white. I need a
This is America first.
Ratchet tan lines. Must be living right. I'm living right. My pics with black chicks get 10 times your likes. Hey, trying to date black girls, that's what I'm trying to find black bitches at, bro. But I'm in Austin and I'm having a really hard time. Would they be at DD? Would they be at UT? I'm trying every store with the words beauty supply. I'm seeing girls of other races. I see lots of Mexicans. I see a ton of Asians. Girls are just like cars. If they don't got cup holders, then I ain't getting in. They can hit the jackpot. See a bunch of them at City Trend. Never spent, I'm finna act confident. Show 'em I got swag like a black man. I don't got no type. Don't got no type. Black is the only thing that I like. I don't stereotype. No stereotyping. No Kool-Aid, but I got
Come on.
Shawty, we should ride in the foreign. There's a club downtown and it gets really loud. You dress super fly.
The based black supremacist Chaggett. That's enough. That's enough, isn't it, folks? That's what we like to call here on the People's Populist Press certified cringe. Certified cringe, as his messiah Nicholas J. Fuentes would tell us. By the way, he was fuck tonight, just going off about how Nick is like the savior of white people and how we should all trust Richard Spencer. And when I talked to Chaggett tonight, he seemed incapable of understanding that someone might lie about their political views or might lie at all. It was fucking baffling. It was fucking baffling. Anyway, like, Jesus Christ. Imagine trusting Richard. I even brought up to him, he told, because he was like such a Trump guy. So, well, Richard told you to vote for Joe Biden. The cognitive dissonance never fucking hit. Jesus. All right. Let's keep going. What a piece of shit. This motherfucker. Oh. Oh, fuck. We have to read this next part about, like, the black supremacist version of Chaggett. You did say you disavowed him voting Biden. I agree. You did say that. You are here. Anyway, he's here. The real Dylan Volk is here. Fuck. Anyway, Andy called to say Dylan seemed really confused and kind of crazy. He's telling the truth there, though. He did say he disavowed that, but then it got scarier when he said he would not let Beautiful Boy in because he didn't trust him. It was at that point we knew we had a major crisis on our hands. Amy was due to leave the next day for Idaho to attend a conference for legislators about economic development. She called the head of her committee to say that, as bad as she felt about wasting the trip, she could not go. She had to fly to Florida to see Dylan. She booked a flight and was on at 6 a.m. the next morning. When Amy arrived at Dylan's apartment, he refused to let her in. She pleaded with him until he finally agreed to unlock the doors. She found Dylan to be in a state that she had never witnessed before, frantic and delusional. Fuck. They went straight to the psychiatrist, who gave him a shot of Risperdal. He also told Amy that Dylan's behavior was a psychotic episode and was likely the beginning of a new reality for all of us. Oh, fuck. As hard as that was for me, I have to be honest and say that I felt Amy would be able to handle it better. I was feeling overwhelmed by the thought of Dylan being permanently mentally ill. I was worried about Dylan and how that would change his life. But I cannot deny, listen to this piece of shit. But I cannot deny that I was also worried about how it would impact the entire family dynamic. Our daily lives had become much more peaceful with Dylan away. The thought of him coming home to live with us concerned me. And the thought of him coming home to live with us as a mentally ill young man scared the hell out of me. How would that impact the girls? How would it affect our marriage? We had all we could handle with Dylan being Dylan. Dylan being mentally ill was a whole new level that I was not sure I could manage. I prayed to God, asking for strength in the storm that our family may have been heading straight into. When Dylan finally awoke, he was mostly back to his old self. For the next few days, he occasionally brought up the black race being superior. Fuck. But had dropped all the Nordic talk and was no longer speaking in choppy, frantic sentences. We were not comfortable yet that it had all passed, so Amy stayed in Florida for a week. Anyway, this is Dylan's take. So this is Chaggett's take, or Dylon's take. He prefers Dylon. It is very embarrassing to me that this ever happened. After growing up in Maine, it was the first time I had ever lived in a diverse place like South Florida. I had been taking it all in since moving to Deerfield Beach, and I was really soaking up the different cultures. I was spending a lot of time with black people and thinking about race relations. One night, out of curiosity, I Googled something like black race is superior just to see what came up. All of a sudden, I was reading all of this propaganda and really crazy stuff. I even watched an entire documentary about it. The way my mind was at that moment, and because of the perfect storm my dad described, I did not take in what I was reading in a reasonable fashion. Since this experience, I have tried really hard to block out these few days. I know I said and did things that were outrageously inappropriate, even for Dylan's standards. I really wish it never happened. What an awkward conversation to force on so many people. It was definitely not one of my shining moments. The idea of there being like a Dylan standard, like, is fucked. Like, there's the standard of what's right and what's wrong. You know? That's it. What's right and what's wrong. Okay? It was wrong. Let's not make fucking excuses and talk about how you have a different set of standards, bro. At the end of the day, I mean, it is what it is. You're going to be looked at as fucked for this. It is what it is. Feel bad for the guy. He was brainwashed into thinking blacks were superior at this time. I don't think it reflects his worldview today, but again, it might reflect a tendency that some people might see, that he's very easily being able to be manipulated into these worldviews. I don't know. Let's get into some more of this stuff. It's fucking crazy. I can't believe Dylan's watching this. Hey, bud. Can you believe he's watching this shit? At fucking 2:30 in the morning? Shit. Alright. There's one more section that we're going to read to you guys. One more section that we're going to read. But this is the longest section. And I'm going to read like this entire chapter. Which I understand is not necessarily the best use of fair use. But I haven't read this whole book. There's a lot of this book, especially the parts of this book that would concern parents and stuff like that, who he'd want to sell this to that I have not read. And I think I think this is the most important section of the book. And I am going to read the entire thing. All right. So this is chapter 10, which is entitled, Can It Get Much Worse? Why didn't she just offer to help him? Dylan came home from Bangor and we tried to get him into a routine, but it was really difficult because there was no routine to be had. He didn't have a job, he wasn't in school, there really wasn't much for him to do. I tried to think of what he could do at Volk Packaging, but he didn't really want to work there, so he was hoping to get a job somewhere else. Our task was to encourage him to wake up at a decent hour and go look for a job. At this point, he was obviously depressed and sleeping most of the day. He had no energy, was so overweight that he truly felt there was nothing to get up for. He was still smoking, and we fought with him almost daily about not smoking in the house. He would try to sneak cigarettes in his room by opening the window. Once in a while, he would even smoke downstairs, figuring that he could air the house out or spray enough air freshener to cover up the smell by the time the family came home. We were always very busy in the spring with softball, so we're not home a lot. One of the ways we tried to get him some exercise was by making him take the dogs for a walk. We had 3 dogs, and one of them was a Siberian Husky puppy, so he needed to get out frequently. Hold on here 1 second. Oh, I have a message from Dylan that I think is important for us to read. Because what his dad leaves out of the whole time period of what I was reading about an hour ago, so like high school and stuff, was that Chagat was getting pussy. That Dylan was getting pussy. I'll show you that that's the case, that he did say that. I was even getting some pussy at this time, by the way. So that is true. He says it's true, he was getting pussy. His dad, I think, is really down on him in terms of him getting with girls and shit like this. I don't know. In his book, he talks more about that. I still have to finish his book before the interview tomorrow because I'm hoping to talk about some of that stuff with him as well. So I have a fucking long night ahead of me. I'm going to spend, as soon as I get off this, I'm going to spend the next 3 hours fucking reading the book. Wake up, fucking do another 2 hours of reading, finish it. I don't know. I don't think it's quite as long as his dad's book, but it'll still take me a few more hours to finish. So, but yeah, he wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. This is a very interesting situation in that I'm receiving live commentary from the person I'm doing the show on as I'm doing the show, which is something I've not ever had before. So that's something. This is new. This is a new experience, and I appreciate him letting us know that he was getting pussy during this time. I believe him. You're getting the puss, bro. Good, bro. Oh, fuck. All right. What? Oh, the Salt Mag. I'm going to leave out the Salt Magazine stuff, guys. We don't need to cover that today. Okay. So this story is pretty pivotal to the book. Okay. That day we had a game almost an hour away, and after the game we planned to take both the 7th grade girls and 7th grade boys to a fast food diner on the way home to celebrate the end of the season. Every year, the middle school allows us coaches to take the team for one dinner after an away game, usually toward the end of the season. When I stopped home to change, before heading over to the middle school, Dylan was still sleeping. I woke him up and told him he needed to get outside and get some exercise, so he should take the dogs for a walk. He wasn't very excited about that, but I insisted and made him get up and come downstairs with me. I wasn't thinking about the challenge of taking 3 dogs for a walk, and I hooked up the dogs the same way that I had walked them that morning. I told him to take all 3 for a walk, and then I headed off to the game. We took the bus down to the game. The other team was terrible. There was not a single girl on the team who really knew how to play softball, so I played girls at positions they do not normally play to make the game more competitive. This led to one of the longest games of the season from what would have been one of the shortest games of the season. A definite mercy in 4 innings turned into a 2+ hour marathon 1917 win. Like, I love how he has to tell us about what he was doing, man. What was Derek doing? Derek was coaching baseball. What a great... Derek was coaching baseball. Wow. What a great coach he was. Like, fuck off, Derek. No one gives a shit if you were coaching baseball or not. The only thing we give a fuck about is your son, who you've wrote this whole book, like, throwing under the bus and shitting all over. Fuck you, Derek. You know? But let's... Nobody cares, Derek. Anyway. Normally this would not be much of a problem, and I didn't think it was a problem that day either. I didn't have a phone with me because I didn't want to be talking on the phone or texting while trying to coach. The game, holy shit, the game finally ended, and when we got on the bus, I turned on my phone. I had several missed phone calls and a text from Amy to call her immediately with several exclamation points. As the bus picked up the boys' team, I called Amy from a very loud bus and asked what's going on. She was a wreck and told me that Dylan had been arrested and was in the county jail for assault with a deadly weapon. I almost threw up. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What do you mean Dylan was arrested for assault? Amy was very upset, as upset with me as she was about the situation, because I had given Dylan 3 dogs, including a puppy, to take on a walk. What could I have possibly been thinking to allow or to suggest that Dylan could walk 3 dogs at once? The fact is, I wasn't thinking. I was just in a hurry to get out the door to the game and to get Dylan some exercise. And it honestly didn't occur to me that it would be a big deal for him to take 3 dogs at once. I figured he would probably just walk around the neighborhood and then back. Unfortunately, Dylan took a much longer walk than I expected, leaving our neighborhood to walk on a more major road in town. As he headed down the road, the dogs were getting tangled up in their leashes. The puppy Cole, who was only 3 months old at the time and known as kind of a wimpy puppy, kept crying excessively loud at seemingly minor injuries. He was and still is a bit of a drama queen. Cole's yelping was making Dylan more and more frustrated, and though I wasn't there, I can imagine he started to get a little rough with them as he tried to untangle them. Dylan has never been abusive to animals. In fact, he's always been very good with them. However, he was probably very frustrated in jerking them a little harder than normal. Jerking them a bit harder than normal. That's a good one. It would be frustrating for anyone to have 3 dogs get tangled up over and over again. For someone with low frustration tolerance to begin with, it was even worse. A woman drove by and saw Dylan with the dogs. She rolled down her window and yelled at him to stop being so rough with them. Dylan was very frustrated and yelled at her, "This shit ain't easy." But that just made her yell at him some more. Now, if she had simply said to him, "You look like you're having a tough time. Can I help you out or give you a ride?" he almost definitely would have taken her up on it. Instead, she verbally assaulted him. Verbally assaulted him there. I think she was black. I don't know why I think she's black, but I just have this feeling it was this black woman. "What you doing with them dogs?" I don't know if Dylan wants to verify it was a black. "What you doing with them dogs?" She was verbally assaulting him. "You abusing those dogs, Dylan. You abusing them dogs." Like, fucking people never mind their own fucking business ever, you know. This really isn't his fault. I don't know what really happened that day, but from this account of it, it's like some fucking black Karen came up. What you doing with them dogs? Shit, what you doing with them dogs? Fuck. Oh, fuck. Dylan kept walking, and this woman, instead of driving away or offering to help, followed him at a slow pace all the way back into our neighborhood and to our house, making Dylan more and more anxious and more frustrated. He was clearly frustrated by the 3 dogs. Why wouldn't she just ask him if he needed help? A simple kind word and offer for a ride home would have diffused the entire situation. But she antagonized and harassed him for over 10 minutes as he walked home. He even walked past our house into the cul-de-sac in an effort to make her just drive away. But she followed him the whole way with her window down, verbally abusing him and telling him that she was going to call the police for his abusive behavior to the dogs. As he usually does when stressed or confronted, he fought back verbally. Finally, he entered our driveway and walked the dogs back up the driveway, at which point she sat at the end of our driveway and videoed him with her phone. Now, if this happened to a typical 20-year-old, he would have gone into the house and ignored her, knowing that once he went into the house and the dogs were in the yard, she would have nothing left but to drive away. However, that's not the way Dylan reacted. He yelled at her from the end of the driveway to go away, and she refused, again threatening to call the police for the way he was treating the dogs. Dylan then went into the garage and grabbed one of the many softball bats that hung above the window. Facing the back of the yard, he walked down the length of the driveway, holding the bat and telling her to drive away. He finally got to her car after walking 100 feet of our driveway. The woman had plenty of time to defuse the situation by just driving away, but she agitated him even more as he approached her. He said, "I'm going to count to 3, and then I'm going to hit your car with this bat." Again, at any point, the adult woman could have driven away, but instead she simply replied, "Bring it on!" Bring it on! I don't know, like, I just want to believe that the woman was black, because, like, bring it on! Bring on the bat, boy! You know? Shit. Oh, fuck. Who in their right mind, or should I say, who not looking for an opportunity to call the police, says that to an angry 250-pound, 21-year-old man with a baseball bat in his hands? Dylan, within earshot of several neighbors, counted loudly and very slowly to 3. 1, 2, 3. Before he even touched her car, instead of hitting the gas pedal and driving away, she used that time to call the police. He then approached the passenger side of her car and with the bat knocked off her outside mirror. There was clearly no intent to hurt her, as he went to the passenger side and did not hit the actual body or windshield, but instead knocked off a mirror on the outside of the car. The police arrived and Dylan was still very agitated. It was about this time that Amy pulled into the neighborhood and saw the police car in front of our house. She tried to explain that Dylan has a high-functioning form of autism and doesn't always handle situations like another person might. The woman had absolutely no empathy or sympathy for Dylan or for the situation and insisted on pressing charges. The police then handcuffed Dylan, drove him to the county jail, and charged him with a felony. I think the only thing about that story is just the ludicrousness of that Amy thought that if she explained to the police that he was high-functioning autistic, that he wouldn't have to face the consequences for his actions. And it makes me think of how many times maybe in Dylan's life he didn't have to face consequences for his actions because his mom would just say, "Oh, well, he's autistic. Don't worry about it, Derek. He's autistic." I don't know. I'm not God. I don't know what happened in that household. Well, I know more than fucking a lot because I've read the book, but fuck, you know? Just seems like a fucked up mentality to have, you know? we'll read a little bit more of this section here. I'll try and make it as brief as I can. Not only did I put Dylan in this situation by giving him too many dogs to walk, but when everything went down, I was not even available to be helpful. Amy was furious at me, and I don't blame her, but at the time I put up an argument that it wasn't my fault, which just made Amy even angrier with me because I was refusing to accept any responsibility for putting Dylan in a situation that he could not handle. I'll just say this, though. To be completely fair to Derek, if you can't walk the dogs, I don't know. I think you're fucked, right? Like, I just don't know what you're, if you can't walk the fucking dog, what are you going to do? If you can't even fucking walk the dog without getting arrested, your life is kind of going to be fucked. I don't know. Maybe it was really a big deal for Derek to entrust that responsibility, but I think that he probably could have handled it, for fuck's sake. All right, here we go. So he calls the attorney. After the girls went to bed, we were alone, and Amy was still very upset with me as well as the situation. I was still denying that I had done anything wrong. She finally blew up and was very vocal that all she wanted me to do was admit that I had screwed up. That's not something I generally do well. It's definitely a character flaw that I'm aware of, but I'm not always able to see in the moment. When I finally did admit that I was mistaken in letting him take all 3 dogs, that's when the guilt set in. I think that was a big part of my denial as well. I knew that once I admitted that I had put him in a bad situation, I then had to take responsibility and absorb the guilt of the situation. Bro, you're like a 40-year-old man at this point. What do you mean you can't take the responsibility for your own actions or your decisions? You can't handle the guilt of it? What's your excuse? You don't have autism. Is it that you're a Jew? What's the excuse, bro? What's the fucking excuse? I don't know. Oh, I can't take responsibility on. Okay. Fuck. For those who are reading this book and have never had to talk to somebody in jail, they don't make it very easy. The inmate cannot call for free or even collect, nor can they use a credit card or simple form of payment. The receiver of the call has to sign up for a service in advance. Through the jail system, the calls are very expensive, and you never know when you're going to run out of money. They're really taking advantage of people who are in a dire situation as it is and often don't have the money to pay for these calls. Well, Derek, you have the money to pay for them, you fucker. The minimum charge is $32 for 30 minutes of phone time. We called in with our Visa number so they could put the $32 on our credit card. Only then can the inmate call collect. But you burn through that 30 minutes pretty fast. It also takes about 24 hours to register, so we were not able to talk to Dylan for the first day. When we finally talked to him, he felt terrible about what had happened. He knew that we should not have hit her car with a bat, but she got him as frustrated he didn't know what to do. So when we went to the arraignment, it was extremely difficult to see our Dylan come into the room, grossly overweight, unshaven for a couple days, and dressed in an orange jumpsuit. The whole experience was surreal. It was hard to believe that this was happening to us. But there was our one-time blueberry mutton-eating little boy standing in court, facing felony assault charges. What a sentence. What a sentence. Like, why are you writing this? What are they thinking? Fuck. I couldn't help thinking about the song of Casting Crowns, by Casting Crowns. I think they're like a Christian rock band. The lyrics talk about how we need to praise God, even during the storms of life, because he holds our tears in his hands. I am a big fan of Casting Crowns, so I thought about how many times I have heard and sung these words, and yet they were always just words. So he's admitting he has like a hollow faith here. You know, I think he's like a messianic Jew. I'm not sure. Lyrics to a really good song. I stared at my son and realized that I was in the storm. It was swirling all around me at the Cumberland County Courthouse. Holy fuck. Okay, let's get into this. So they got this stuff about God here. God doesn't give you more than you can handle. So then we get to the lawyer. Walter told us they would call his name and he would say that he was defending Dylan and Dylan had to plead not guilty and they would give him some kind of bail. The bail was set at $1,000 and it had to be paid in cash. So we bailed Dylan out and took him home. Walter felt pretty confident that they would drop the charges to a misdemeanor, given that there was clearly no danger to the woman as he hit the other side of the car. The next day, the bad situation got worse, but it did get worse. When a reporter from the local newspaper contacted Amy about what happened to Dylan, Amy was in the process of running for her second term in the Maine House of Representatives, and the reporter felt that the story was something worth printing. He had well-known left leanings, in quotes, and Amy, as a Republican representative, was in his crosshairs. He asked about the incident, and Amy said, "I don't understand how this is a story." Well, the reporter responded and said, "Well, anytime a public figure gets in legal trouble, we consider it newsworthy. But my son is not a public speaker or figure. He's an adult who's running for office. So this isn't really a news story other than an opportunity to go after me." Well, when Sean Flaherty was in trouble, we covered that story. Amy was becoming frustrated. But Sean Flaherty was my opponent. He was a state rep who was running for office. My son is not that. Not only that, but he had a developmental disorder, and this is a very personal matter. It's not really newsworthy. The reporter disagreed and told her he was going to write about it anyway and asked if she had a comment. Amy simply said, "Okay, if you need a comment, my comment is that our nearly 21-year-old son is developmentally disabled. This is a regrettable incident which we are trying to deal with constructively as a family." Sure enough, he was going to write about Dylan getting in trouble with the law in an effort to make Amy seem like a horrible parent and to create any doubt possible in the minds of voters who had not formed an opinion about her. There was almost no... Oh, fuck. What his intent was, now we just had to hope it would not get picked up in the other local paper. The first one is a paper that is not delivered to other people's homes. It is found at local supermarkets, the food chains, and convenience stores. People have to make an effort to pick it up and read it. The other, however, arrives in every single household's mailbox on Fridays. So if it got in that paper, it would get a lot more attention. The paper came out that Friday, and we actually went around and tried to collect as many as we could, thinking that the story would be less viable or visible. In the grand scheme of things. So listen to this. Wait a minute. Read this. The paper came out that Friday, and we actually went around and tried to collect as many as we could, thinking that the story would be less visible. So Amy and Derek are literally going around stealing newspapers and buying up all the newspapers they can. Like, what does that mean? They're stealing people's mail. They're going and picking up fucking people's mail and, like, putting them in a garbage bag. You can't... Oi, fucking they, shut it down. We can't let this news story happen. We can't let this news... We have to control the narrative. We have to control the narrative. Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava. We see how Jews do elections. Hava, da, 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 Hava, da, da, da. I don't know what happened there, but that's fucking jokes. That's pretty fucking funny, that sentence. I don't know what he means by fucking... We tried to collect as many as we could. What does that mean, Derek? Explain this. How did he get away with writing this in a book? How has nobody fucking read this until today and thought maybe somebody ought to pursue this? I don't know. Jesus. I don't know what's going on. A few days later, the other paper came out with the same story. What was most disturbing about the whole situation was that the information they printed clearly came from the police report. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Do, 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 do. When we called for the police report, we were told that we had to write a letter to receive it. And yet somehow, somebody leaked the police report to this reporter in just a day. He had information that he could only have known from reading the police report. And that was very upsetting. We didn't know how this was going to impact Amy's campaign, but we figured it probably wasn't going to be good. It was, if nothing else, very embarrassing for us as respected members of the community. Dylan felt very bad about it. He asked Amy, am I going to cost you your campaign? And Amy said, yeah, you very well might. Imagine saying that to your son, who in your own words is developmentally disabled. Yeah, son, you're probably going to cost me the election, you piece of shit. You bastard. Whoa. You know, you're probably going to cost me this election. I am sure the story lost her some votes, you know. But even in local politics, people do not feel that children are fair game. Amy would later go on to win her election by a mere 12 votes after a tense recount. She served her second term in the Maine State of Representatives, earning a tremendous reputation as a strong conservative who could work across the aisle. She passed landmark legislation protecting the victims of human trafficking. Interesting. All right, well, that's that part. So we'll go to the next section, which is which is spiraling down and out of control. So this is where, because I had asked yesterday when I had first encountered the interviews with Derek and all this, I said, well, why doesn't he just give him a job at Volk Packaging? Like, why doesn't he train him to run the family business? Why doesn't he just give him a job in the mailroom? Why doesn't he give him a job making calls? Well, it turns out he did. So I kind of have to apologize to Derek on that count. He actually did do that. It just turns out that Dylan fucked it up. It all comes down to nothing. Just got tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Oh, fuck. This is bad, this story. This is where it's... Fuck. This section of the book is really tough. It's a very tough section of the book. Jeez. All right. So he was sleeping most of the time, with no interest in going to the gym or doing any kind of physical activity to bring his weight down. He just kept getting bigger and bigger. Well, I know how that feels, bro. And now, after being arrested and being told that he had to be home by 9 o'clock every night, there was almost no way he could get a job. I could bring him to work with me at Volk Packaging, but many of the jobs that he could do were already being done by a couple of other teenagers who had been brought in for the summer. I had to find work for him, which mostly meant making phone calls to potential customers. Making sales calls over the phone was something he was actually very good at, although he did not find the job enjoyable. It is very discouraging to call prospects all day. It can take 100 to 150 phone calls to get one appointment. It's very true. Therefore, it's very tedious and often frustrating work, not something that Dylan tends to handle well. However, they had very few other options. So it was a Thursday morning in late July. Things had not been going very well with Dylan. We were fighting with him almost constantly. He refused to work hard at Volk Packaging, which was very disappointing and embarrassing for me. I would bring him into work and he would disappear for long periods of time, and I would have no idea where he went. I would walk by the office that he was using and it would be empty, and I would walk by minutes later and it would still be empty. I never knew where he was, but I didn't have time to go look for him. Sometimes I would walk by and the door would be almost totally closed, and I would push the door open a little to find him sleeping on the couch, sleeping on the job. Fuck. On the rare occasion that I would walk by and find him awake, he would often be on Facebook or online doing something other than working. and I would try to redirect him and tell him that I wasn't going to pay him to sit in the office surfing the web. I mean, why not? Fuck, like, if he's having this many problems in life, just pay him to fucking surf on Facebook. It got to the point where I started telling Dylan that I would be paying him from now on by the task and not by the hour. I would give him a task of calling a certain number of potential customers or a specific project to do, and then I would estimate how long the project would take, and that's what I would pay him. I could not count on him to work hard and stay focused on the task at hand. It was halfway through the year, so one of the assignments I gave him was to call all the new customers we had picked up in the first 6 months of the year and ask them how they heard about us so I could do some market research as to what was effective in our efforts to bring in new business. I gave Dylan about 150 names to call and gave him the time frame I expected the task to take, and that's all the time for which he would receive compensation. If he wanted to spend the whole day doing nothing, I was going to pay him the same amount as if he did in an hour and came to me for a new project. He wasn't very happy with me about this. Instead of taking this new method of payment and saying to himself, okay, now I have to get these tasks done quicker so I get paid more because he'll give me another task, he took it upon himself to put even less effort into it, which I didn't think was possible. Jesus, Dad. Come on. Yet Dylan found a way to do it, sometimes not finishing a single project in an 8-hour day. Listen to this now. I eventually even sent an email to all the office employees of Volk Packaging and told them, I just want you to know that I am paying Dylan by the task and not by the hour. So if you see him wandering around outside on a smoke break that seems exceedingly long, sitting at his desk texting, or even taking a nap on the couch, please do not think that I am taking the company's money and paying him for these activities. Like, he is writing this email humiliating his son to every single person in the office while his son is like clinically depressed, facing felony charges, sleeping most of the day because he can't fucking find the motivation to wake up in the morning. But you know what the solution is? To publicly shame your son to every single person that you work with. That's a great idea. That's really going to help your son, Derek. I'm just saying. Not that he probably didn't deserve it for being a lazy bastard or whatever, but come on, bro. Like, it's your fucking son. It's your son, bro. You know? Alright, this is where it starts to fucking take a dark turn. On one Thursday morning, Dylan did not want to go to work with me. I wonder why. But I dragged him out of bed, brought him downstairs, and told him that he had to come with me and that I had to get going. Amy made a comment to him about being lazy and not wanting to come to work with me. For whatever reason, Dylan often would lash out against Amy for making the same comment that I would make. I don't know if it's because she is a woman and he had some kind of masculinity complex that he felt he could mistreat her, or if she was just an easy target because he was so much bigger than she was. But that morning, Dylan started yelling at Amy. I told him to be quiet and just have his breakfast, but as he experienced so many times before, he refused to back down. Amy was not one to back down either. She was having it out with Dylan when he called her a cunt. That was the tipping point for me that threw me over the edge during this heated argument. And I screamed at him, Dylan, you should be down on your knees every day thanking God for your mother, because I can tell you right now, if it wasn't for her, I would have thrown you out of this house a long time ago. Mask off! Derek's taking that mask off, son. He fucking hates him. He hates his son. Fucking hates him bad. Like, holy shit. If it wasn't for your mother, I would have thrown you out of this house a long time ago, bitch. Get on your knees and thank me. Oh, I'm Derek. I'm a big man. You know? Fuck off, Derek. Like, what good is this gonna do? Oh, fuck. Amy, who had enough at that point, said, throw him out. Take his coat. Like, Amy is like Trump here. Throw him out. She didn't have to say it to him twice. I was at the end of my patience with him. I felt that he was completely taking advantage of us and had no motivation to turn his life around. Fine, you're out of here, I shouted. You can't throw me out of the house. You want a fucking bet, I said. Get out of this house now. Get whatever clothes you need. Get your car. You can take your car and go. I don't even want to talk or hear from you until at least Monday. Dylan just kept screaming, you can't throw me out of the house. You can't throw me out of the house. I grabbed him instead, said sternly, you have 3 minutes to go pack whatever you need for the weekend and leave. We're leaving for the weekend, locking the door and putting the alarm on. Do not come back into this house. He kept insisting the whole time that he was packing. And even after he came downstairs, that we couldn't throw him out of the house. And the more he said we couldn't throw him out, the more firm we became in our conviction to do just that. We knew we were taking a risk because Dylan still had his bail conditions in place from softball, bad incident, and he was not allowed to be out of our house after 9. So think about this. Think about what they're doing. Part of the conditions of his bail are that he has to be in that house after 9 every day. And they just are like, you know what, son? Fuck you. Fuck you, son. You need to violate the conditions of your bail, son. You need to... we're going to give you no choice but to violate the conditions of your bail. But they love their son because this is all they could do to help him because the son didn't want to go to work with his dad after the dad had assigned him bitch work tasks, was paying him outside of like any sort of legal fucking way. Like, I don't know if he was formerly employed by Volk or what was going on there. Maybe somebody should have a look at the payroll for that time. I don't know. See if it matches up with what the regulations are. I don't know. And then it humiliated him in front of all the staff, so he didn't want to go to work because he was depressed and facing felony charges. He called his mom a cunt. So then, you know what, son? Fuck you. Go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Violate your fucking bail. What can go wrong? What can go wrong? Fuck. Oh, fuck. As he continued to scream that we can't throw him out of the house, I escorted him out to his car and told him to drive away. We didn't want to hear from him until Monday morning. We were going away that weekend to our last softball tournament of the summer in Concord. Like, his softball tournament matters more. So not having Dylan in the house doing who knows what was actually going to be a relief for the weekend. With that came the added stress of knowing that we were putting his bail conditions in jeopardy. Were you even stressed? Like, they wanted him to violate bail so he didn't have to be in the house. We still had the GPS tracker on Dylan's car. What a sentence. We still had the GPS tracker on Dylan's car so we could track his whereabouts from wherever we were. That night, as we lay in bed, as angry as we were with him, we still couldn't help but worry what he was up to and what trouble he might get himself into. We texted the device under Derek's hood and it reported he was just a few turnpike exits away. We were hoping that he was sleeping in the car. We were counting on the fact that he did not have any close friends to turn to. His sleeping in his car would have the best impact on him from our punishment. Our objective was for him to realize that he needed us and that he needed to respect us and the rules of our home. We had already called my parents and told them they could talk to him, but under no circumstances should they let him come there. So they poisoned his own grandparents against him. Dylan still had a good relationship with my parents from his time in Florida, so we thought he might reach out to them. He still had a good relationship with his grandparents, so we had to shit all over that. I explained to my parents that not only would that be no punishment of all, but it would actually be a reward for getting thrown out of the house. Does anybody else think this is just a little fucking crazy? Like, shit. So he was going to spend the weekend lying on a nice leather couch at Nana and Papa's watching TV and going on the computer. That was the exact opposite of our goal, so we begged them to not invite him in, no matter how much we pleaded. My parents understood what we were going through, and they agreed to cooperate. As it turns out, Dylan knew better than to call them. That's fucking sad. He couldn't even rely on his grandparents. The next morning, we texted the GPS device again, and it reported he was still in the same place, 15 minutes north of the home. I went off to work, and Amy couldn't resist getting in the car and driving over to peek in to see if he was okay. No matter how angry Amy ever got at Dylan, her incredible love for him was something that she could never tone down, and I was always very impressed with her ability to love him unconditionally. I love my son unconditionally as well. Wait a minute, how can you be impressed with her ability to love him unconditionally, but then say that you also love your son unconditionally? You're so full of shit. You don't love your son. You fucking hate him. Like, come on. There is a song by a Christian artist, Mark Schultz. Oh, fuck. Who sings about how his mom tells him that no matter what, she's always happy to see him come in the door and always happy to have him home. I felt ashamed that I could not feel the same way about my only son. His only son, he's never happy to see him come in the door, not happy to see him at home. But there we were in the situation we were in, and as hard as I tried to have that total unconditional love and total acceptance, I just was not able to do it. I threw Dylan out of the house, and the next morning his mother went to check on him. Amy pulled into the Holiday Inn parking lot, and there he was, sleeping inside the back seat of his Oldsmobile, holding on to the same blanket that we put in his crib before he was even born. Amy felt okay just knowing that he was safe, and she came home. Holy fuck. So then Derek begins to give us like 4 paragraphs about a fucking softball tournament. Like, as if anyone gives a fuck about your softball tournament, Derek. Holy shit. Like, he gives us a whole page about this. Like, look at this shit. I'm not going to read this shit to you guys. It's all about this softball tournament and about how he had a great time with his fucking kids. Anyway, they won 4 championships, and he was flying high. We got in the car to head home at almost 10 o'clock at night. We had not been on the highway for more than a couple of minutes when we received a phone call that changed our night and killed our mood instantly. It was a collect call from the Cumberland County Jail. Dylan had been arrested for a hit and run and violating his bail conditions by being out after 9 o'clock. Great job, Derek. Great job, bro. Great job sending your son out of the fucking house there. Real good job, Derek. But this is what he wanted to happen. He wanted his son to be arrested. This is what he wanted. What a piece of shit. It's all going according to plan. Nobody panics because it's all part of the plan. Setting up your autistic son to have no choice but to break the law. It's all part of the plan. But you lose one softball game, and then everybody loses their minds. Best dad ever. Oh, fuck. Dylan came on the line and said that he had been arrested, but he didn't do anything wrong, and it wasn't his fault. We told him we didn't want to hear anything about it. There was nothing we were going to do that night. Like, what the fuck? He could spend the night there or maybe even longer. All the frustration from Friday morning was back, and we had a 2-hour ride to think about it. We talked on the ride and decided we were not going to bail him out. He could stay there and learn a lesson, and maybe we would have a break and some time to figure out what on earth we were going to do next. So Dylan was shopping at a center in South Portland with a bunch of kids, and according to the police report, one of the girls was saying something that made him angry. He got in the car, and she stood in front of the car, clearly not thinking. Dylan let his foot off the gas and accidentally bumped her with the car, so he ran over this woman. She was not hurt in any way, but some of the boys that she was with started threatening Dylan and saying they were going to beat him up. So he took off. When he left, they called the police. The police came to the scene, and although she was not hurt, they called Dylan and told him they had reported a hit and run, and he needed to come back and answer some questions. When he came back, they arrested him and brought him to jail for violating his bail conditions as well as the hit and run. The local media was going to have a field day with this one. Now our son, who had never been violent in his life to any serious degree, had been charged with abusing animals, smashing a woman's car with a baseball bat, and intentionally trying to run over a teenager. We knew this was not going to be good for Amy's campaign. Like, what the fuck? His first thought is, how is this going to affect Amy's campaign? Not, fuck, my son is fucked. He's going to jail for a long time for violating his bail and fucking running over a woman. Of course, in the next sentence he goes, but more importantly, my son Derek. Bullshit, motherfucker. You would have said, most importantly was Derek's safety, but also Amy's campaign was in the back of my mind. But instead, the first thing you give a shit about is Amy's campaign. You fucking slimy bastard. Come on. World's best dad. He's giving fucking, like, Ralph a real run for his money, isn't he? Fuck. Like, everybody involved in this is such a piece of shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Walter called back and told us what the bail was and what would happen if we didn't pay it. Dylan would stay in the county jail until it was paid. We felt it was safe. We felt he was safe there in the jail, and it gave us time to figure things out. It also gave us a much-needed break from Dylan, and as selfish as that may sound, our family really needed it. Softball season had ended. Soccer was starting up in a couple of weeks, and we had an opportunity to go up to our camp in Lee without the worry of Dylan. Like, what the fuck? Like, imagine thinking like this. Well, at least our son's in jail, thank God. Celebrate good times. Come on, this soccer game's on. Do. What? Like, is anybody else thinking the same thing? Like, what the fuck? I didn't run her over. I bumped into her at 1 mile per hour. Okay, well, you know, who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. You were there. So you ran over at 1 mile per hour. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, so apparently the woman in the story, I was telling the story about the woman who was like yelling at him about the animals, and I thought she was black. I was wrong. She was apparently a white liberal Karen. But Chagat has shared some images, or Dylon, sorry bro, so this is him banging bitches. So here he is with this bitch. She's looking kind of fine, actually. She's looking kind of fine, that bitch there, that he's with. And here's another one where he's really swagging. Look at him here. He's really fucking swagging, bros. He's swagging out. So there's the proof that he was fucking getting laid there. We gotta let him have his side of the story. Tomorrow he's gonna be able to talk fucking lots. But I thought you guys needed to have a basic framework of his life in order to understand that interview. So that's why we're going through this book. We're going through the tough times and all that shit, so you can understand who this guy is, you know. And we can come to some conclusions hopefully by the end of tomorrow. People are saying that they're paid actors, Dylon. Bro, that can't be real, bro. No, it's definitely real, bro. We believe. Fuck. Fuckers in the chat. You guys are bastards. You can't even let him have that one. Come on. Fucking evil fuckers. Let's go back to this. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The more we realized that Dylan was making his own bed with the poor decisions he was making, whether or not we had kicked him out that weekend, we still would have been away for the weekend and he would have been left to his own devices to make good or bad decisions. When that option was presented, Dylan seemed to always make the bad decisions. Now he was sitting in jail. We were going to be out another $5,000 or more to defend another case. Again, like, their main concern is, what money are we out? So then it's like, well, when we came home from the... when we came home from the lake house, we set up a time to go visit him. It was very sobering to visit our son in jail. It was very much like you see in TV and in the movies. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit on the other side of what was once a clear plastic window. Nice detail there, Derek. We picked up a phone to communicate with him. Dylan had spent some time in jail writing a letter where he apologized for all the trouble he got himself into. He wrote how committed he was to turning his life around. He even wrote out a list of goals for how he could change his life. They were very pleased to see such remorse. Writing down goals and objectives, they say, and apologies as a start, but we had come so far down this road that it was not a U-turn. We needed to see the change in him. We needed to witness the autism, as the cards would say. Witness it. I think did he come up with those cards? Dylan, do you know if your dad came up with those cards before or after Mad Max Fury Road came out? When did he come up with those cards? Because if he came up with them after Mad Max Fury Road, you know? I don't know, bro. Look at this shit. Okay, this is fucking bullshit. We knew Dylan was safe at the Cumberland County Jail, but when we visited him, he gave us some concern about his safety. We knew one of the guards at the jail, his wife and her ex-husband had been friends of ours when the kids were little. Their oldest son is also on the spectrum, and although our sons went in different directions over the years, we stayed friendly. What we didn't know was the best place to keep him safe in the jail was to put him with the sex offenders and homosexuals. Let me repeat, what we didn't know was the best place to keep him safe in the jail was to put him with the sex offenders and homosexuals. Those were the people that were most often targeted for violence. They had their own area of the jail so they could be protected from the general population. While we knew we needed to keep Dylan there, we were very uncomfortable knowing he was spending all his time with pedophiles. Yet we held firm and walked out of the jail that night without paying his bail. We held firm on the conviction that our son should spend all of his time with pedophiles. Who proofread this? Who fucking signed off that you should publish this? Who fucking read this? Your wife? She thought that you should fucking say that shit? Fuck, man. I'm not even gonna make jokes about how he's gay or whatever. Like, fuck. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? He was in protective custody, man. Wes Watson will fucking bust out. Wait, show me your papers. Fuck, did you have to hoop your papers up your ass, bro? Show that you weren't in protective custody to Wes Watson? I don't know. People who watch Wes will get that reference. I'm fucking running on fumes here. We've been here a long time. Holy shit. There's still more to go. Dylan kept asking us what we needed to do to convince us to bail him out. We told him we didn't know. We weren't sure what we were going to do. Dylan had always had a hard time when we say we don't know. He always wants a plan and a direction, a firm yes or no. Imagine wanting that, a firm yes or no answer. But if you give him the answer he's not looking for, he won't let up. So sometimes it was better to just say we didn't know, because it wasn't a yes and it wasn't a no. We spoke to Walter several times over the ensuing few days. He said he would do his best to clear Dylan of the charges or at least plead them down. On paper, it didn't look good. The incident with the bat and now the incident with the car were creating a pattern of violent behavior. And they were going to play that up to make Dylan look like a dangerous threat to society. We knew our son. We knew he was flawed in many ways, but being violent, being a danger to society was not one of them. After 2 weeks, we decided it was probably time to bail him out. Like, what the fuck? Like, just arbitrarily let him sit with pedophiles in jail for 2 weeks. Yeah, I think my son really needs to hang out with pedophiles for 2 weeks. That'll solve his problems. As long as he spends 2 weeks hanging out with homosexuals and pedophiles, surely to God he'll reform his behavior and get a fucking job. What? We had hoped that he would just never come back. Oh, fuck. We asked Walt, so the judge releases him, and he asks if the judge would consider as a condition letting Dylan stay out past 9 if it was work-related. He said that would be very unlikely, and he didn't feel it was something worth pursuing. Dylan had to find a job that would only require him to be out during the day. He found that very frustrating and gave up looking. We had a 250-pound Dylan, a frustrated Dylan, an angry Dylan, and a bored Dylan. We had a bigger problem than we had when we kicked him out of the house. We were stuck with him and he knew it. He knew if we kicked him out of the house, he would be arrested again. That would cost us more money, cause him more problems. So with no fear that we could do anything to him, he became almost impossible to live with. One day, without my knowledge, he took my car and drove it to Subway near my office for lunch. My ATV trailer was hitched to the back of the car. So instead of unhooking it, he drove to Subway with the ATV trailer dragging behind. I don't think he had any idea how to unhook it, and knew if he asked me, I probably wouldn't let him use my car. But see, he had like an obsession with cars. He had a special interest with cars. So I don't know, maybe I think he would have known how to unhook it. I just don't think he gave a fuck, you know? Maybe he didn't know how to unhook it, but if he had this fascination with cars where he was going to the dealerships and stuff like this, I don't know. That's not making sense to me, but that really doesn't matter. That's pretty tangential. And I saw a sizable dent on the back of the passenger side of my truck. I said, Dylan, what the hell is this? Without missing a beat, he said, you can't prove that. You can't prove that. What? I said. He repeated, you can't prove I did that. I was shocked by his response. It seemed so ludicrous at first that this would be his defense. It was almost funny. Well, there was no dent when I left for work this morning. Somebody told me that you saw you take my car at lunch because you were having a hard time getting it parked with the trailer the way I had it. And now I have a dent. You're telling me you didn't do it? He said in an almost hostile tone. I'm not saying I didn't do it. I'm saying you can't prove I did it. So I'm not going to be responsible for paying for it. Based. Like, what a piece of shit. I have to be honest and say my first instinct was to punch him in the face. Remember, Derek never had any violent tendencies. Oh, fuck. But of course I didn't. I asked one more time, you're not going to take any responsibility for this big dent on the side of my truck? Not unless you can prove that I did it, which you can't. I was speechless. Just get in the car and let's go home. Well, let's hear Dylan's take. I had forgotten most of this stuff until I read my father's recollections. I remember most of 2012 as a really dark period of time that I never wanted to slip back to again. It's hard to even remember the level of not giving a fuck I had sunk to do things like openly sleep on the job at Volk with my dad 2 offices down, or calling my mom a cunt and then bullying my parents about kicking me out of the house. Yikes! Based. After this chapter, you, the reasonable, level-headed reader, would probably feel like this kid is a major prick and lose a certain amount of respect for my plight after reading about some of this unthinkable crap I was pulling in 2012. What you need to understand about me is I'm a man of extremes. Oh, fuck. You know, whenever somebody says that, I've said that, and I realize that it's a bad thing to say. When things are going well and I'm in a place where I have goals and I have ventures I'm pursuing, I don't just do kind of well. I pour everything into whatever I am after, whether it's birds, music, prank, phone calls, comedy, or just being a disaster. I'm a really intense person, and whatever direction I go, I go in that direction all the way. In 2012, I was completely directionless. Leaving my life in Florida and moving back to Maine was, to this date, the worst decision I've ever made. I had given up on my fitness, fallen back into smoking. Everything had kind of tumbled to the ground. So just like how when things are good, I take it to the extreme. When things are bad, like they were, I took it to an extreme. I completely let go. I let go of years worth of maturity I had acquired, all the skills and good habits I had gained. I just said, screw it. But I didn't just say screw it. I went really hard the other way. That's the best way I can describe to you how a good man like myself was capable of the train wreck I caused for my family. The way I look at it is that many celebrities... Holy shit, this is crazy. The way I looked at it is that many celebrities have had periods of time where they publicly went off the rails through a series of scandals and outrageous behaviors. For Lindsay Lohan, it's pretty much been 2012 for coming up on 10 years now. Savage. Justin Bieber is definitely going through this phase as I write this, and Britney Spears had 2007. She shaved her head, walked barefoot into a public bathroom, and had a disastrous comeback performance at the VMAs. Some of you might remember there was even an accident where she was caught on camera attacking a car just like I did. The point is, just like when Britney Spears released Womanizer in 2008, chart-topping comeback hit, I came back from all this too. And for anyone reading this who might be going through a struggle as well, remember that Britney Spears made it through 2007. I made it through 2012, so you have a shot too. Inspiring words there. Very, very fucking inspiring words. All right. There's this one section left that leads to Utah. We're going to read that. We're going to read one more story that happens in Utah. And then we got to leave it there because at this point we've gone on 4 hours. 4 hours, guys, already. And this is going to probably take another half hour. So like I said, the show ended up working out to be around 5 hours. There is more shit that I could show you guys that I wish I could show you guys at this point. But like, I'm just trying to give you a general overview of all of this. I'm not trying to read the whole fucking book. And honestly, I'm fucking starting to get a little bit sore in my throat from fucking reading so much. All right. Oh, Jesus. All right. I'm gonna tell you this story. So, I picked up the phone and heard screaming in the background as Amy's mother on the other end told me that Dylan had sprayed Lily, so Lily is his younger sister who's 14 years old, I think at this time, in the eyes with pepper spray. I told Amy I had to go, and I jumped in the car and flew home. When I arrived at home, Lily was still screaming in pain from the burning in her eyes. Janet, my mother-in-law, was screaming at Dylan, and Dylan, completely unremorseful, was screaming back. It was a chaotic and terrible scene. I immediately called my neighbor, Ian Bristol, who is a doctor. He jumped in his car and shot right over. I told Dylan to leave the house, but he refused to leave, and I had to physically grab him and throw him out the door. So again, they're throwing him out of the fucking house while he's on bail, but he's pepper sprayed his 14-year-old sister. I'll tell you how he explained it to me, and I'll try and verbatim. I'm sure he's listening. I'll try and verbatim tell you how he explained it to me. And then tomorrow I'll ask him about this again, and he can explain to you guys in his own words why he did this, but I'll try and explain to you guys his rationale for it, which is that his sister was hitting him. But anyway, I'll get into that in a minute. So this was the final straw. He had lost his right to live in our home. I told him to get out and I would deal with him later. My primary concern at that moment was taking care of Lily. Ian looked at her and explained that pepper spray was not permanently damaging. It was pretty much just what it sounded like, taking pepper and putting it in your eyes. He told Lily she needed to shower and let the water wash out her eyes as much as possible. That night I also had to deal with a completely overwhelmed mother-in-law who had never witnessed Dylan's in his full fury. Amy's mother is not a big woman, and it would be impossible for her to physically control Dylan in any way. She told me the entire incident was over the volume on the television. Dylan had been watching TV very loudly, as he often did. We were constantly telling Dylan to turn it down. He rarely cared if someone was trying to sleep or do homework. On this particular night, Lily wasn't feeling well, so she was trying to get to sleep early. Our house has all hardwood floors, so the sound of the television tends to echo right up the stairs. Lily had come down the stairs 2 or 3 times, asking Dylan to turn down the TV, each time asking less and demanding more, as her initial polite requests were ignored. When she came down the 3rd or 4th time to insist he turn down the volume so she could get to sleep, he reached under the pillow where he had pepper spray and sprayed her in the face. We never figured out why Dylan had pepper spray to begin with, and will never understand what he was possibly thinking when he used it on his 14-year-old sister. No matter what he was thinking, there could be no excuse or even a warped logic to explain his behavior. I knew this was the last time Dylan would be allowed to live in our house. It was the beginning of a new chapter that we would have to deal with because living with us was over. So I'll tell you what Dylon Dylan said to me. He said to me his sister was punching him. She was hitting him. She wouldn't stop hitting him. He told her to stop. He said that he couldn't hit her back. And I said to him, well, couldn't you have held her down or restrained her? He said that he didn't want to touch his sister in that way. He didn't want to hold her down or touch her in that way because it was his sister. So he said that as a man, he can't hit a woman. So he had to use a womanly tactic of pepper spray on a woman. That's what he told me. That's pretty close to what he said. He can kind of correct it a bit if he wants. But that's what he told me tonight. I don't think he has a problem with me really telling you that because I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to tell us tomorrow when I ask him about this, because this is going to come up, because this is, I think, probably the most fucked up thing that he did. I think this is the one that it's pretty hard to justify. I think it's pretty hard to justify this. Anyway, he tells them to move into this other house. So he makes him live in this other house. So then this is what Derek says. On top of his insistence that I was making a bigger deal out of this than it was, he insisted he did nothing wrong, that Lily deserved it because she yelled at him to turn the TV down. It was the most ridiculous argument I ever had with him, and that's saying something. To think there was any way a 21-year-old that weighed 250 pounds could justify pepper spraying a 14-year-old girl is so outrageous that it is beyond logic. I drove him to the street in South Portland. There was no furniture, nothing in the house except a running toilet. But as far as I was concerned, that was all he needed and all he deserved. I told him to go inside, lay down on the floor, and go to sleep. So, peace, Derek there. He's really showing us his epic parenting skills there. I know. Fuck. So we'll talk about how he ends up in... Oh, fuck. Okay. This one, I forgot about this story as I was reading the pages. So this is going to extend out the runtime a little bit further, but I think that this is kind of, yet again, something that's quite bizarre. Okay. So, a few days later, Dylan got a hold of my phone and wrote on my Facebook page, "Dylan killed himself today," and hit post. Luckily, I saw it very quickly and erased it before too many people had read it. When I told Dylan how upsetting this was, he asked me, "Can you give me 5 things that I have to live for? And don't tell me my family loves me, because most families love you. Give me 5 things in life that are worth living for." At that time, this was a very difficult question to answer. He didn't need to hear about sunsets, sunshine, and rainbows. He wanted 5 concrete things that were going well in his life enough to wake up another morning for. It's horrible to say that this question was extremely hard to answer. Oh, fuck. So I would often just tell him how ridiculous he was and remind him that a lot of the things that weren't going well in his life were simply because of decisions that he made, not because his life was so horrible. If he made better decisions, he could turn a lot of the negatives around very quickly. So about a week later, he went to the dentist with Amy. When she went in for an appointment, she left her phone in her jacket. Before Dylan went in, he took Amy's phone, opened up Facebook, and wrote, "Dylan killed himself today." We probably should have seen it coming. Your prayers are appreciated. As part of the legislature, Amy had close to 1,000 Facebook friends. Her message screen and comment section lit up like a Christmas tree. I was in a meeting and didn't have my phone on me, so I was unaware of what was going on. Amy was in the dentist chair, completely unaware that dozens of people were responding to her, in quotation marks, post. The governor's office even put together a press release in response to what they read. Dylan's act was a desperate cry for help. At the time, it felt like anger and hostility, but now we see it as deep sadness. When Amy came out of the dentist's office and I came out of the meeting, there were 57 comments and dozens of private messages. People in my company who saw the message and were crying. Some of these people had known me since I was very little, and they have known Dylan since he was born. When Amy saw what was happening and confronted Dylan about how serious it is to leave a message like this, his response was, "All those people that are leaving comments are talking about you and how sorry they feel for you. They're not even talking about missing me." Fuck. Fuck, bros. Fuck, bros. No. No, bros. They weren't even talking about him. And he had died. No one gave a fuck about him. What about Dylon? What about him? What about his feelings? Oh, fuck. It was a pretty based prank. He got the governor even. Got the governor hook, line, and sinker. So then they say, we have to do something. We had looked into some programs for young adults, including one in Utah. Maybe it's time to send him to Utah. So they bought the plane tickets before they even talked to Dylan because they were convinced he was going to Utah. So they say to him, and we'll read this here. The next morning, instead of going to pick Dylan up for work, Amy and I went to his house to present him with options. As soon as Amy walked in the door, he knew something was up. We sat him down on the couch and said, "Dylan, you have given up on yourself, but we're not yet ready to give up on you, so you have 2 choices. Tomorrow morning, we're going to come get you. We can drive you to the homeless shelter, or we can drive you to the airport, where you'll get on a plane and fly to Utah to enter a program out there called At the Crossroads." Dylan said harshly, "There's no way I'm going to another program. I don't need a program. I know what I need to do." We remained calm. Despite the fact that he was clearly getting agitated, we said, "No, Dylan, you don't know what you need to do, and you don't seem capable of doing it even if you did. You need help. We think these people can help you. They're a waste of money. You don't need to be spending all that money for another program. Dylan, it's our money. We can do whatever we want with it." If they can turn your life around and save you from this path of self-destruction that you seem to be on, it's worth every penny. Well, how long do I have to stay in the program, he asked. As long as it takes. Well, how long is that? They said that most kids are there 6 to 9 months. He got quiet for a second and then asked, can I bring my cat? No, you can't bring beautiful boy. Well, I'm not going if I can't bring beautiful boy. Dylan, we told you your choices. You can't bring beautiful boy to the homeless shelter either. You're going to kick me out of this house? Yes, we calmly stated. Why? I thought it was going all right. What did you think was going all right? Nothing is going all right. It's been nothing but bad for a long time. Well, you didn't even give me a chance to live here on my own. No, we didn't, we admitted. Give me a second here. Stretch my arms. Holding the phone for 4 hours is cramping me up there. Anyway, well, you got to give me a chance to live here on my own. No, we don't. We don't think that you're ready to live on your own. But you didn't even give me a chance. Dylan, we see what's going on with you. And we don't see anything changing unless something dramatic happens in your life. That's going to happen tomorrow morning when you tell us where to drive you. Well, what's in Utah? There's a program out there. Well, for kids with autism? I don't need another autism program. We explained to him that it just wasn't for kids with autism. It was called At the Crossroads because it's for young adults who are at a crossroads in their life, whether they're dealing with mental disability, an addiction, an anger problem, or any number of things. Regardless, they are all at a place in their life where they have to make a decision about which direction they are going to take. You are at that place too, Dylan, we said. This isn't working, and we aren't going to just sit back and watch you self-destruct. When can I send my cat out, he asked, completely ignoring what we said. We don't know. Well, you have to give me a time frame. We don't know that. Well, you have to give me something. You have to let me know when I'm going to be able to have my cat. We don't know, Dylan. That's up to you. How you do in this program when you're ready to get out of it. What does that mean, get out of it? It means that you're able to live on your own. Able to live on my own? What does that even mean? Let me repeat that. Able to live on my own? What does that even mean? It means that we don't have to support you. It's time that you grow up and learn to live truly independently. I can't live independently. Well, that's what this program is going to teach you. I'm fucked. Why do you say that? What happens if I don't get through the program? Then you're on your own. I'm on my own? What does that mean? It means that you're going to have to figure out how to get through life somehow. You're going to have to figure it out. So I'm fucked, he repeated. Why do you say that, Dylan? Because if I don't get through this program, I'm fucked. And if I do get through this program, you're going to expect me to live on my own, which I can't do. And I'm not going to be able to do in 9 months. So basically, I'm fucked either way. No, Dylan, you're not fucked, I said. That's the whole point of this program, to get you unfucked, to get you to the point where you don't feel like you're fucked and where you can live on your own independently. But how am I going to do that? They aren't going to get me a college degree or any real skills in 6 to 9 months that are going to let me live on my own. Dylan, we're not just going to abandon you. If we see that you're doing everything you can to live independently, if you can get through this program and you're doing the best you can, everything you can, including working hard, maintaining a job and staying out of trouble will help you out. But if you're not trying, if you're just sitting back and waiting for us all to do the work, we're not going to bail you out. We're not going to do that anymore. We're just not just going to sit back and watch you ruin your life. So this is like the ultimate fate of the guy who called into Ghoul's show this Wednesday and was like, I will not wage. Well, one day this will happen. Fuck. So anyway, the bottom line is he ends up getting sent out to Utah to this program in Utah. So he ends up in Utah, and he's a few months into being in Utah. This is the Utah arc. So we'll start reading some of this shit. One of the missions of At the Crossroads is that the young people in the program build adult-to-adult relationships with their parents instead of adult-to-child relationships. That means we do not provide him with everything he needs, and it's not our responsibility to tell him what to do. We were okay to buy him just what he needed, things like toothpaste and a haircut. When he did complain that he didn't have enough money for food, we told him he needed to learn how to stretch his money better. Dylan was fond of buying things that were unnecessary, like flavored water and packaged meats instead of deli meats, and drinking out of the faucet. We reminded him that a carton of eggs could provide multiple meals, and he should learn how to do basic cooking. With the help of the people in the program, he eventually learned how to manage his finances better. He was making good progress, and things were starting to turn around for him. One night, out of the blue, we received a phone call from Magnum. So Magnum is like the director of this program. There had been a misunderstanding and a text conversation between Dylan and Magnum, which led to Dylan being arrested and charged with a bomb threat, a felony. This was the most serious charge Dylan had ever faced. So we're now at the point where he's being charged with bomb threats. This is where we're at now. It continues. It never ends. The 5-hour train ride to hell that we're all on. It just keeps going, folks. It just keeps going and going. There's no end in sight. We could go for another 5 hours on this fucking book. Oh, shit. Oh. So they were devastated to learn of this setback. The next day, Dylan called them from jail and asked what happened. He told us a few days before a couple of the guys in Magnum had been talking jokingly about bomb scares. I do not know the exact context of the conversation, but I do know it was lighthearted. The previous night before he got arrested, Dylan was using an anonymous online texting website through his computer and sent Magnum a text telling him that there had been a bomb placed in the building. Dylan, under the strange misconception that because the number was coming from a 206 area code and Maine is a 207, thought Magnum would know it was him. We don't know how Dylan would come to such a conclusion, but that's the way his brain works sometimes. Magnum asked him if it was a real threat, and he said yes. Magnum told him he was going to text the police. When Magnum said he was going to text the police instead of call the police, Dylan thought Magnum knew it was him, and it was just a joke because nobody texts the police. People call the police. This sort of black and white thinking is very typical of people on the spectrum. Because of this response by Magnum, Dylan played it up more, talking about a bomb in the building. Magnum had no other choice, so protecting the safety of the other kids in the program, he called the police. When the police arrived, Dylan came downstairs and told them it was him all along. He thought that would be the end of it, but the police turned him around and arrested him on charges of calling in a bomb threat. The police asked Magnum if there was any concern that this was real and if they should search the building. Magnum quickly responded, "No, absolutely not. I'm not concerned at all. This is just a misunderstanding." There was no search of the apartment as it was clearly a misunderstanding. The police, who have to do their job when they receive a call like this, had no choice but to take Dylan in and let the authorities deal with whether it was a hoax or not, a misunderstanding, or just a joke gone badly. Magnum felt terribly for turning Dylan in, but we were not angry with him. He had to do what he had to do. Dylan was in jail in Utah, and the bail was $10,000. We told Dylan we were not going to bail him out. The last time he got arrested, we told him that was the end of our bailing him out. When we asked Dylan what it was like being in jail in Utah for 2 weeks, he joked that it was a pretty nice jail. Not as nice as the one in Cumberland County, but nicer than the one in Florida. We laughed at the strange idea that our son now had enough jail experience that he could make comparisons between various jails. Dylan, I gotta show you this because you won't even believe that this is real. Dylan, who is still fascinated with black people, said, "What kind of place did you send me to that's whiter than Maine? How could you send me to some place that's so white that they don't even have black people in jail? What kind of place doesn't have black people in jail?" We told, like, what? What? Where were the black people in jail to rape my ass with their big black cocks? Where were they? Where were the black people? Mom, where are the black people? Where were they? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. So, guess what happens, right? So their lawyer thinks that he can get him off on a misdemeanor. But do you know what happens? So he had a court case come due to appear on April 16th, 2013. But on April 15th of that year, two radical brothers bombed the finish line at the Boston Marathon, killing 3 people, including an 8-year-old boy. Dylan's court date was the next day. With the Boston bombers still on the loose and no idea how anyone would ever catch them, the timing could not have been worse. The plan for the previous attorney to drop it to a medium Class B misdemeanor, a deal that they had previously agreed to, was now off the table. The assistant DA in St. George told Dylan's lawyer he's very lucky that I can even keep the misdemeanor charge, given what's happened yesterday. No. Oh, fuck. Dylan was charged with a Class A misdemeanor and told if he stayed out of trouble for a year, it would be dropped to a lower class misdemeanor. So that's the situation of the bomb threat. So that's the story of the bomb threat, folks. Actually, you know what? We'll read the story on the next page, and then to finish this quest to get through this book off, we'll go through the table of jobs that Dylan, or aka Chaggett, had. We'll go through his table of jobs that his father has so excellently provided us a docs of every single place he ever worked at. And where. Genius, Dad! Genius! Genius! Alright. So, my father a year or so earlier had extremely generously offered Dylan $5,000 if he quit smoking. This is probably the most heartwarming part of the book. My father was a former smoker and watched his father, who had smoked his whole life, have a heart attack at 57 and almost die. My grandfather gave up smoking after the heart attack and went on to live another 30 years. My father hates smoking and detested the thought of Dylan smoking, so he offered Dylan $100 a month until he got to $5,000, with the stipulation that if Dylan started smoking again, he would take out $100 for every month that Dylan smoked. Dylan said, "How are you going to know if I'm smoking since I'm in Utah and you're in Florida?" And his father told Dylan, "Because I'm going to trust you to tell me." Dylan, with honesty, responded, "I don't think that's a good idea. Why don't you have me do a urine test every couple of months or something like that?" "No, Dylan," my father said. "You're a man. And I'm going to trust you as a man and as my grandson to be honest with me. Because if you're smoking and you're not telling me, but if you're taking my $100 anyway, then you're stealing from me. And if you can lay your head on your pillow at night knowing that you're stealing money from your grandfather, then you're going to have to live with that." Some real Coach Red Pill shit there. You gotta be a real man. Yeah. But it's pretty based. His grandfather was finally like, trying to actually make some shit happen. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's get to the job chart. Oh, my fuck. And then I think that's going to be it for tonight. There's a lot more. I mean, I only covered, maybe 10% of this book, really. Maybe a bit more than that, but around that. There's so much more to this book that you guys, you need to read it for yourselves. And there's also, of course, Chaggett's book, Dylon's book, whatever. But let me see here. There's a whole bunch of stuff about his stand-up comedy career, the high school talent show, his high school graduation, all sorts of stuff here. Dylan's employment history. Here we go. Oh, fuck. All right. This is Dylan's employment history. There is an episode of Seinfeld when Jerry tries to rent a car, but the lady tells him they are out of cars. He asks her how they can be out of cars if she had a reservation, since the purpose of the reservation is to hold the car. She replies to Jerry and Elaine that she understands how a reservation works. He quips, "I don't think you do. If you did, I'd have a car. You see, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to hold the reservation." And that's really the most important part of the reservation, the holding. That's a terrific analogy for Dylan's employment history. He is fantastic at getting the job. He just doesn't know how to hold the job. When Dylan was in Utah, at the Crossroads, they were so impressed with his ability to get jobs, they asked him to teach job search seminars for the other students. We were never able to see one of his lectures, but the staff at ATC said he was a great instructor. Dylan enjoys helping others, so we're not surprised when he took it very seriously. The following is a listing of some of Dylan's jobs and the length of time he maintained them. Jim's Pizza in Maine, 3 months. McDonald's in Maine, 3 weeks. Dunkin' Donuts in Maine, 2 weeks. T-Mobile in Maine, 1 week or less. Chili's in Maine, 3 months. Selling timeshares in Florida, 2 months. Selling golf ads in Florida, 2 months. Selling septic cleaning, 1 month. Selling used cars, 1 week or less. Waffle restaurant, 1 day. Selling spy software. Why was he selling spy software? 1 week or less. Boston Market, 6 months. Bloomingdale's, 3 days. Burlington Coat Factory, 1 week or less. Marshall's in Florida, 6 weeks. Volk Packaging, Maine, off and on for 7 years. Selling internet packages, Utah, 2 weeks. Staples, Utah, 6 weeks. Applebee's, Utah, 3 weeks. Jimmy John's, Utah, 8 months. Taxi service, Utah, 2 months. Pizza delivery, Utah, 3 months. Town car service, Utah, 3 months. Restaurant deliveries, Texas, 2 weeks. Jimmy John's, Texas, current as of April 2015. So there's his employment history up until 2015. I guess there's another 6 years of employment history that we don't know. But the fact that his father is just like openly revealing where he's worked all of these years and how long, I think negatively impacts his ability to get future employment and probably fucks him up there. I'm just saying. Not going to comment too much on the fucking jobs or how long he's been there because they speak for themselves. His father is just fucking blowing him out. Just shitting on his father is A-logging him. Oh, fuck. let's okay. There's one story in this section on employment history that is somewhat important, and then maybe to wrap it up, read why he won't just give his son a job or just give him money. So this is about Get It Vending. Get It Vending. We had watched over the years as Dylan went from job to job, never able to hold a position for very long before something he did or didn't do would cause him to lose it. Amy and I had talked for many years about the idea of essentially buying Dylan a job. We wondered what we could invest in that would allow him to be his own boss, what business we could start or buy so that Dylan could not get fired. When he was younger and loved electronics, I thought about buying a Radio Shack or maybe opening my own small electronics store for Dylan to manage. When he became super interested in music, we kicked around the idea of opening a record store. The more we thought about that, however, the more we realized that was not a viable option, as online music was taking over and record stores were dying. At one point, I even looked into buying a radio station. I woke up in the middle of the night with the idea that I could buy a radio station and make Dylan the program director and star DJ. He could run the station, pick out the music. I lay in bed for close to an hour thinking about this idea of mine and just how fantastic it was. Before going to work, I jumped on Google and typed in radio stations for sale. My dream became an unpleasant reality when I realized how expensive it would be to buy a radio station. Even today, with a mini radio career of my own, I still wonder whether that would have been a good long-term investment and whether Dylan would have been successful and happy running a radio station. As the years went by, ideas came and went. Dylan had been in Utah for about a year when Amy and I came up with the idea to buy a small vending machine business. We visited St. George and noticed how fit everyone seemed to be. In this heavily Mormon population, there was hardly any drinking or smoking, and the gyms seemed to be very popular. Our idea was to invest in the new fad of healthy vending machines. Instead of selling soda and junk food, these vending machines sell healthy options such as vitamin water, fruit bars, and low-fat popcorn. It seemed like a terrific idea if we could just get Dylan to buy into it. I did some research and found a company based in Salt Lake City called Healthy You. Unlike some of the other vending machine companies that required the purchase of a franchise, Healthy You allowed you to simply buy the machines. There was no commitment beyond that. The overall investment, depending on how many machines were purchased, would be between $6,000 and $8,000 per machine, with some additional costs for additional features. After several discussions with Dylan about the viability of such a business, we finally got him to buy into the idea that this might be a nice source of income for him. If the machines were successful, we could invest in more of them. Dylan was a natural salesman, and I felt confident that he would be able to place these very attractive and high-tech machines. After some additional analysis and many conversations with the people who ran Healthy You vending machines, we went ahead and purchased 5 of their machines. Dylan chose to name his business Get It Vending. So G-I-T-T-I-T Vending. His tagline on his business card said, "Junk food is so 70s. Junk food is so 70s." We were excited that he was showing enough interest to come up with a name and slogan, so we didn't argue, even though these would not have been our first choices. In November 2013, we bought the machines, and I flew to Salt Lake City to meet Dylan for a 3-day training program for Healthy You. I enjoyed my time in Salt Lake with him and was very impressed by the company and their machines. The technology seemed incredible. They looked better than any vending machine I had ever seen, and I was convinced we had made a good decision. Dylan was even starting to get excited about his new business. There were times during the training when I looked at Dylan and could tell that he was overwhelmed by what the trainers were telling us. The machines were incredibly sophisticated. The machines were incredibly sophisticated, but with that sophistication comes complexity. Dylan does not do well with complexity. Like, why is his father saying this shit in his employment history section? Several times during the training, I leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll help you with that." Or, "Don't get stressed. We don't have to do that if it's too much for you." I knew that if the training became too confusing and intimidating, he would check out and our business was doomed. I assured him repeatedly that we were in this together and I wouldn't let it get to be too much for him to handle. Oh, fuck. All right, I'm going to show you this last section. And then then there's one more thing after this. And then I gotta fucking go. I gotta fucking watch an X-Files or some fucking shit. I gotta do something else. But remember, for those of you who are listening now, in like 14 hours, some crazy shit like that, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, you are going to get to see Chaggett and me face off in a blood sport confrontation. A blood sport confrontation. For the ages. One of us is going to be eternally blown out forever. One of us is going to be eternally blown out there. We're going to be discussing the book there. I don't know if Gahul will be there. I think he's busy. He can't make that time. Mr. Deadman might be there. Mr. Deadman might be there, guys. I don't know. But you'll be there. Surely. You'll be there. All right. What I enjoyed most about starting this business was that I was starting a business with Dylan. It gave me an excuse to talk with him on a regular basis. It gave me an opportunity to impart some of my business experience to him, and it was something very positive that he and I were doing together. In general, we do not have much in common. We don't hunt or fish or go to ball games together. One thing we do both like is working out, so whenever we were together, we would always take time to hit the gym. I knew there was no chance Dylan and I would ever work together at Volk Packaging. What a piece of shit. This was my shot to be in business with him. I saw it as an opportunity to do some male bonding with my son, whom I also often felt disconnected. When he was in Florida, I signed us both up for a week-long sales training conference. Many of the jobs he was getting at the time had some element in sales, so I figured the training would not hurt him, and it was a good excuse to spend time with him. I often feel as if I missed out on many opportunities to bond with Dylan during his formative years because his behavior was so challenging. Maybe you missed out on opportunities to bond with him because you were too busy working at your business all the time. Have you thought about that? Or maybe that you were just a shitty father? I don't know. Just keep coping. Anyway, so unfortunately as time passed, despite Dylan's extraordinary effort in getting success and getting all 5 machines placed, the money that they brought in was disappointing. It would take a very long time to see a return on our investment. A couple of the locations were doing all right, but some of them brought in almost nothing. When it came right down to it, even people in fit, alcohol, and tobacco-free St. George, Utah, enjoyed junk food. Imagine that. With very little money coming into the machines and Dylan securing other employment that paid the bills, he quickly lost interest in servicing the vending machines. They sat idle, unfilled, bringing in very little money for months until Get It Vending went out of business. I eventually sold the machines for a fraction of what I had paid for them less than a year earlier. Well, here's Dylan's take. This 9-month-long endeavor was the product of such good intentions, parents who care, going out of their way to help me be successful. And I worked very hard at going out every day, taking care of all the aspects of getting this business to where it would be a success. There were so many problems. The sales of these health-oriented snack foods were pitiful. Places where the machines could really do well turned out to be almost impossible to get into. And on top of that, all the machines, while flashy and modern looking, were built very shoddily. So anywhere I did manage to hustle my way into would call me almost daily to complain the machines were malfunctioning again. The company that supplied the machines was not much help. What really could they do when the reality was that these things were just constructed so poorly that they had endless issues? When this whole ordeal just crashed and burned and they lost an ungodly amount of money, I really didn't understand what my parents or I did to deserve such a financial mess to happen to us. The answer, of course, was nothing. The experience helped me mature. Unfortunately, it also reinforced my view of the world as a negative place where goodwill and hard work is not always rewarded. Hopefully someday I will have experiences that change that perception. Maybe this book will help. What do you think, guys? Press 1 if you think the book has helped. Press 2 if you think the book is not helping. Press 2 if you think the book is probably fucking up his future prospects more than it's helping him. I don't know, guys. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. Okay, one final fucking thing, and then we're done. We're fucking done. I've given you enough. Fuck. All right. This is about his prospects. When looking at Dylan's long-term job opportunities, we were often overwhelmed by the lack of opportunity that seemed to be available to him. One of my greatest frustrations is that the public school system failed to properly equip him. I know that everyone wants to think and believe that their son or daughter has the necessary skills. I say skills because I don't believe Dylan is lacking intelligence. He's lacking skills to go to college. I had a number of people say to me, why don't you just give him a job? I said that. Just put him on the payroll. Just find something for him to do. First of all, I don't have much at Volk packaging that Dylan can do. Working in the factory is too loud and fast-paced for him. Customer service and some of the other office jobs require too much attention to detail and an ability to problem solve. Sales requires a tremendous amount of self-discipline, organizational skill, and an ability to build relationships. What would he do? I can't just take company money and let him come into the office every day and do nothing. Not only is that unfair to the company entity, but it's unfair to all the people that work there who work hard every day to earn their income. Like, come on. He's just, fuck, this is brutal. More than that, what would he be learning then? What would we be teaching him? What kind of message would that send to him at 21? The same message it would be to put him on Social Security disability insurance. Many people have said to us, why don't you get him Social Security disability insurance? He would certainly qualify for SSDI. We have actually met with an attorney who specializes in Social Security disability to find out if that was an option. We discovered that it was, and Dylan would probably qualify and most likely be labeled as permanently disabled. But is that really the message that we want to send to our son? Is it fraud? No, it would not be fraud. He has a permanent neurological disability that makes it almost impossible for him to earn a decent living and possibly even maintain employment. All indications at this point were that he could not keep a job. He had never kept any type of job more than a few months, and he had never in his life had a full-time job for more than a couple of weeks. We didn't even think about it enough to take the paperwork home because we did not want to send the message to Dylan at 21 when we still had hope. When we still had hope. Now there is no hope, but they're still not going to get him on this shit because it's like, oy vey. Oy fucking vey. Fuck. Everything the dad is saying is like the definition of oy fucking vey. Oh, shit. We still had hope that there was some career he could succeed at, that he should just give up, live off the government, accept a life of poverty, making just enough money to get by without working. Plus, Dylan has always liked to work. He doesn't want to sit around all day waiting for his next paycheck from the state to come in. That's not healthy for him. We saw what happened in Bangor when he had nothing to do. We were not going to set him up for a life like that. Autism is a developmental disorder. We knew he was maturing, but he was doing so at a slower rate than his peers. We were not even close to giving up. We still felt confident that he would reach a point of maturity where he could be a productive member of society. We were not even close to giving up on Dylan's ability to function as a contributor. I'm sure there are people reading this who have a child on permanent disability. Please understand, I'm not judging you. The one thing of many that Amy and I have learned raising a child on the autism spectrum, is that we don't know what other people are living through. So, that's it. I mean, that's the final fucking part that I wanted to show you guys, is the bottom line on Dylan's prospects. And, in his own dad's assessment, he's fucked. There's fucking nothing he can do. His dad's not going to fucking give him a job. His dad's never going to fucking bring him on board in the family business. He's not ever going to be able to work a full-time job, is what his dad's saying. His dad's saying he shouldn't get on, disability insurance because he'll be a leech to the state. His dad is basically recommending, when you read what he said, his dad is basically telling Chaggett to kill himself, is what his dad's doing. And I don't know. It's a fucking hard assessment to disagree with, considering it's coming from his own fucking dad, who wrote a whole book basically about how his son wasn't worthy of living. I disagree with it. I think that, hopefully there's something this guy can fucking do. Jesus. But it's tough. It's tough. That's where the situation is at. That's his dad. That's what his dad thinks of him. That's what his dad thinks. So that's it, folks. That's the fucking show. What a crazy one. Again, next week we have, not next week, but tomorrow we have the interview with Chaggett. His father didn't want to come on. I talked to him briefly tonight, and he was like, well, what's in it for me? Well, there's not a whole lot in it for you, other than to, try and clear your name. Well, what's in it for me? You're 50, I'm 51 years old, and you're just a kid. I don't have to take shit from you. Oh, fuck. What a piece of shit. That's it, folks. Let's play it out with the Little Debbie.
With the gold on my teeth, Holly in the scrape with the bows underneath. All I need
Is to cut Sicily.
and a bad bitch just to roll.
That's what I need.
Been through the city with the gold on